Have you ever wondered what powers your favorite streaming service? How business scales overnight? What fuels the groundbreaking innovations in artificial intelligence and machine learning? Welcome to the world of Amazon Web Services. As you know, it might be AWS, which is heartbeat of today's digital transformation. AWS isn't just another cloud platform. It is the most comprehensive and widely adopted cloud platform on the planet, holding around 32% of cloud infrastructure market worldwide. AWS isn't just leading the industry, it is redefining it. But what does this mean for you? It means an opportunity, massive and unprecedented opportunity. AWS annual revenue has skyrocketed beyond $90 billion. Think about that for a moment. This is not just growth. It is seismic shift how business operates globally. Companies as you admire, Airbnb, NASA, Netflix, all they trust AWS for their critical business operations. They are not just customers. They are innovators, leveraging AWS to push their boundaries, creating experiences we once thought that are impossible. And here where you come in. The demand of AWS skills is soaring. Right now, there are more than 50,000 AWS jobs available in India and more than 8 lakhs worldwide. They aren't just jobs, they are careers that can shape your future. In a world where there are various industries facing uncertainty, the cloud sector is thriving. While others shrinks, this field expands, offering stability and growth. And what about the rewards? They are substantial. In India, AWS professionals are earning 22 to 44 lakhs per annum, while in US, the salary ranges between $125,000 to $250,000. These figures aren't just numbers. They are representing the financial freedom and a fulfilling career path. Even the companies are undergoing layoffs. The cloud industry is continuously hiring aggressively. Businesses are prioritizing AWS expertise to drive innovation and stay competitive. So I ask you, do you want to be a part of this exciting future? Do you want to start your journey in the cloud domain? Allow me to introduce our AWS certification program, a course designed not just to teach you, but to transform you into an AWS expert and ready to conquer the tech world. This isn't just another online course. It is a comprehensive program meticulously crafted by top industry experts, covering all the essential skill sets required to land a job in leading tech companies. This course is your opportunity to stand out in the tech world, work with cutting-edge technologies, and land those dream jobs with top-tier companies. So what are you waiting for? Hit the like button, subscribe, and let's get started on this incredible journey to mastering AWS. Also, don't forget to share this video with your friends because learning together is way more fun. Ready? Let's dive in. Hi everyone, how are you all? Welcome to AWS Certified Practitioner course by DataFlair. In this lesson, we are going to talk about traditional IT systems and classical data centers. Ever wondered how companies like Google, LinkedIn, or Facebook manage to handle millions of users seamlessly? Let's uncover the journey from traditional systems to the cloud that powers such magic. So let's get started. In this lesson, we are going to cover journey to the cloud. Let's see how we reach to cloud computing from traditional IT systems to cloud services. We'll talk about traditional IT systems and its characteristics. We'll talk about the different challenges in traditional IT. We'll talk about the classic data center, abbreviated as CDC. So let's get started. Let's see the journey to the cloud. And you can just see this is the whole transition from classic data center to cloud services. Here you can just see that this is classic data center, which another way we call it as traditional IT system, on which we rely heavily on the servers, data storage systems, networks, other equipments. And then we added virtualization technology here after this CDC. It became VDC, virtualized data centers. We'll talk more about virtualization in upcoming lessons. And then you can just see here, we move to the cloud services. When compute resources from VDC are coupled in the form of services which is available to organizations and individuals, then it becomes cloud services like AWS, Amazon Web Services. This is the whole journey to the cloud. We started from traditional IT system, that is classic data centers. We added virtualization technology just to improvise the utilization of hardware and other resources. And then when it is bundled in the form of the services, then it becomes cloud computing. We'll talk more about it just to give you a glimpse of how we started and how we come to the cloud computing. All right. Before we dive deeper into the course, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on the bell icon. This is just the beginning. More tutorials are coming your way for free. Let's talk about the traditional IT system and its characteristics. When we talk about traditional IT systems, just imagine we have servers, compute servers, database servers, storage systems, networking equipments, and here are some of the characteristics of traditional IT system. Let's talk about them one by one. So first is infrastructure. As I have given you an idea that in traditional IT system, we rely heavily on servers. So we have all servers. It might be compute server, which is used for processing purposes. There might be a database server, which is acting as a backend. And it might be a storage system where we store files, where we store data, on the top of which we can have operating system and we can have the applications on that operating system, which is hosting the different applications, different business, different operations. So infrastructure in traditional IT systems heavily rely on those hardware servers. Then we talk about the cost model. This is very important aspect when you understand the traditional IT system, because when you talk about traditional IT systems, you have to heavily invest on servers, equipments, place, power, cooling, security mechanisms. You need to buy everything that you want, right? So cost model is CAPEX, capital expenditure. Along with that, there are a lot of operational expenses as well when you are running on-premises traditional IT systems. Then when we talk about the scalability, it's also a big issue in traditional IT systems. Imagine having a 200 GB server today, but knowing you will need 500 GB tomorrow. AWS solves this problem efficiently. So in that case, there are a lot of limitations of traditional IT systems, because when you have the whole infrastructure, it is not necessary that it will support 500 GB capacity server. It's not possible. So, the key takeaway from this point is when you talk about traditional IT systems, scalability is an issue. You can scale the whole system up to certain point, not after that. That means you cannot actually think about very big business, very big organization, lot of different customers, and a big application hosted on the traditional IT systems. Not possible, right? Then think about the accessibility. Often, the traditional IT systems are limited to local networks. That means the applications, data, and other resources are accessible within a local network. Think about a global client which is trying to access your application from outside that local. So you can connect your whole system to internet, but there are certain limitations in terms of accessibility. You can also think about the accessibility in terms of the platform, right? When you talk about traditional IT systems, there are limited platforms from which you can access those applications and data. Then think about security. It is also a big concern, because your whole data, your whole application is within a single traditional IT system. It is on premises. So whenever somebody want to access it from outside your local network, then security might be a big concern. You have to set up a firewall. You have to check the network. You have to check the incoming traffic from outside internet to your on-premises data center. Then disaster recovery and backup. It's also a big concern for business. They want their data secure. They want that if in case any outage happens, like any downtime happen, something like it may be network failure, it might be natural disaster, it may be anything. So in case of any problem, right, I should not lose my data. So when you talk about traditional IT systems, there are very limited options that we have in terms of disaster recovery and backup. Just think about a 200 capacity server in your traditional IT system. And let's say you think about a backup server. So you have to parallelly set up another server of the same capacity in which the whole data of your main server is replicated or backed up, so that when any kind of outage occur, you can recover it back to the main server. So it's also a very important aspect, and it's a kind of challenge in traditional IT system to have such disaster recovery and backup solutions. Okay. And I think now you might be getting the idea that why I am discussing all these things, because the shortcomings of the traditional IT systems become advantages of the cloud computing. Yeah. So let's see it. In terms of specific challenges in traditional IT system, let's see some points and let's try to understand it in terms of business. All right. So when you talk about the globalization, what exactly it means? It means that when you talk about global clients, let's say you have some global clients, you have some customers all over the world, they want to access your application, your data, everything. Then it is not possible while working with the traditional IT system to go global in minutes. It might take a lot of time to set up all those things for global clients. It's not possible in one go. So globalization is a problem. And one more thing that you can also think about globalization is like serving the global customers for 24 cross 7 cross 365 days, right? Think about storage growth. You might be thinking about here, storage growth is nothing but the data that we are producing every second. We are producing huge amount of data. It may be anything in terms of feeds, in terms of social network, post, in terms of images, in terms of generative AI. We are generating a lot of data. Yeah. So the point is, the traditional IT systems are not planned in such a way that it can accommodate the growing business. Because when the business grows, data also expands. If your system is incapable to handle such growth, then that might be a challenge in future. So that is a problem in traditional IT systems. Then we talk about the cost of ownership. When we talk about cost of ownership, it is all capex. I have already discussed about that. It's all capital expenditure. You have to spend a lot of money upfront in advance before you actually doing some operations. So this is heavy cost which is involved in traditional IT system. It's a challenge. Think about a startup which do not have such money to spend a lot of on the servers, networking equipments, databases, nothing. Licensing cost, we don't have such money. Then in such cases, the system may fail. Yeah. Think about the aging data centers. When we talk about aging data centers, it's the idea when we want to store data for very long period of time, let's say 5 years or maybe 10 years. We think about like this document or this data might be useful even after 10 years. So aging data center is a problem with traditional IT system because the hardware equipment that we are using in our traditional IT system has some age, which requires some upgradations, which requires some replacements, then it's a problem, it's a challenge. You have to again buy new servers, you have to set up the whole thing again, you have to start from scratch. It's a problem. Think about application explosion. Just think about new technology, new applications coming up. They require new kind of platform, new kind of capacity in terms of compute, in terms of storage, in terms of networking. Then for traditional IT system, it is very challenging to support new generation applications which require very high amount of compute, storage, maybe networking. So traditional IT systems cannot accommodate next generation application. They are not planned in that way that it can accommodate new applications coming in future. Then the last but not the least is acquisitions. When a big company acquires a small company, then they have to think about what kind of platform that the small company is working on. Let's say X company is acquiring Y company. So for X company, it is very challenging to acquire the different platform of Y. But just think about if Y is running on the same platform which usually X is running, then it will be easy for X to acquire Y. So acquisition is also a big concern when you talk about the traditional IT systems. More than 17,000 students just like you have already mastered AWS and are working in top MNCs. Don't just take my words, check their success stories. Find the link in the description. I hope it is understood. Now let's specifically talk about classic data centers. Although we are talking about the traditional IT systems. Here when I talk about the classic data center, they are very large capacity facilities where we actually process large amount of data. That is why it is called as data center. So when you talk about the classic data center, it is older version of data centers. The older version of the facilities. Right now also, some of the companies have followed the same procedure, but almost all the organizations want to move to cloud because of its advantages that we will see in upcoming lessons. So when you talk about the CDC, as it is abbreviated, it is a facility that provides IT resources to process data. What are different components? Components are compute. Compute means server capacity, computing capacity. Just like processors that we have in our laptops, right? Then we talk about the storage. We talk about the network, applications, and DBMS to support backend applications. So here, the core of classic data center is very similar to the normal systems that we see, but the capacity is huge. It can actually accommodate very large amount of data. But there were some shortcomings of this CDC. Lack of resource utilization was the biggest concern here in classical data centers. That means whatever the resources that we are using in terms of compute, storage, network, application, it can be anything, was not fully utilized. Yeah, because of the hard provisioning. We'll talk about it in upcoming lessons. It's time for an MCQ, guys. Your question is, what is a classic data center, or also referred as CDC? To help you out, there are 4 options on the screen: cloud services, virtualized data centers, traditional IT systems, or distributed systems. Pick the right one and drop your answer in the comments now. Welcome to this lesson, and let's try and understand what we are going to do in this lesson. We are going to talk about what is cloud computing. So let's see what topics that we are covering in this particular lesson. We will talk about what is cloud computing exactly. We'll talk about different characteristics of cloud computing. We'll talk about cloud versus on-premises. We'll compare the traditional IT system, which is generally on-premises, and cloud. We'll talk about the different advantages and applications of cloud computing. So let's get started. Let's talk about what is exactly cloud computing. So when I talk about the cloud computing is on-demand delivery of compute power, database storage, applications, and other IT resources through a cloud service provider or a platform via the internet with pay-as-you-go pricing. There are a lot of points that you should pay attention to. Here, let's talk about the first one, that is on-demand delivery. Let's talk about on-demand delivery. What do you mean by on-demand? On-demand means whenever you have some demand, whenever you have some requirement. Let's see here, in terms of compute resources. Let's say you are running a stock market application and you know that, right? The stock market will run from 9:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. So you want the compute resources, you want the whole infrastructure in that given time period only. That means you just want to pay for that time interval. You don't have to pay for the whole day, right? You just have to pay for that 8 hours or maybe 7 hours. Just think about the other resources like compute power. You need compute capacity, you need database storage, you need applications, and you need other resources, but on demand. That means whenever you need. Let's take one more example. Let's say you are in a university setup and you know that there are servers in university which will respond in terms of the results of the students, in terms of maybe registration, something like this. So just think about it, the servers which are running will have lot of requests when the university have declared the results. That means at that point of time, they need more capacity, they need more servers. So they can actually have it from cloud service provider on demand. I hope now you're getting the idea about on demand. And these are all resources which can be hired. And through the cloud service platform, right? Provider, platform, one of the same things, like alternative term that is being used in market. So when you talk about cloud service platform, it's a platform like AWS, Azure, Google cloud provider. So here they will provide the resources in terms of services, right? Via internet, that means from anywhere where you have the internet access, you can access those resources. And here is the main highlight of this definition: pay as you go pricing. So you can just see that you are getting the IT resources on demand. That means wherever you need it, you get it. So why you pay for the all time? It's not required, right? That is why cloud gives you pay as you go pricing. When you exceed your limits, when you scale up, right, then you have to pay for that resources. And when you scale down, let's say now the result time is over, now there is no much request on the university servers, so they can scale down, right? We'll talk about scaling up and scaling down in upcoming slides, but the capacity that is being enhanced, that is being scaled up, you just have to pay for that. This is the definition of cloud. Before we dive deeper into the course, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on the bell icon. This is just the beginning. More tutorials are coming your way for free. Let's talk about different characteristics of cloud computing which will make you more clear about cloud computing. Let's go one by one. Let's talk about on-demand self-service. Although we have discussed what is on-demand. So on-demand is whenever you need it, whenever business need it, whenever the capacity is required. What is self-service? Self-service means whenever you're using cloud computing, you don't have to request for something, you don't have to wait for that resource to be allocated to you, nothing like this. It's like self-service. With some clicks in a user-friendly interface, you can get that resources and you can release it whenever you do not need it. I will show you all these things in the hands-on part. Think about the next, rapid elasticity. It's very, very important. When you talk about rapid elasticity, it directly indicates the scale up and scale down. So like whenever you need it, you can scale up. Like for an example, your application is running on 5 servers and at a point you need 10. So you can enhance that capacity from 5 to 10, that is scaling up. And whenever you don't need them, like your operations are done, you have already served your customers, now you don't need that extended capacity, then you can scale down. So you can come back to your original capacity, that is 5 servers. All right. Then think about the measured services. Measured services are the way to measure that how much capacity that you have used from that resource. Just think about electricity at your home. So whatever you consume, you just have to pay for that, right? So metered or measured services, okay? Resource pooling. It indicates the infinitely scalable capacity of cloud computing. When you talk about cloud computing, Yes, logically infinite capacity, right? So think about resource pooling here in terms of storage, in terms of compute capacity, in terms of networking, it may be anything. Just think about any IT resource, we have infinite capacity, right? That is the clear message from cloud computing. Then last, broad network access. When you talk about broad network access, you can clearly understand that the resources provided by cloud service provider can be accessed from anywhere. It may be your mobile phone, it may be your laptop, it may be any device which supports the internet connectivity can actually leverage the resources provided by cloud computing. And it is global, right? It is on demand on internet. That means from anywhere. Let's say for an example, you are here in India and you have actually got the infrastructure for your application in Indian region, let's say that, and you want to access it from US region, or maybe your clients are in US. So with the help of broad network access, the clients or the customers all over the globe can access your infrastructure from anywhere, from any time, with any capacity. That is the clear message from all these characteristics of cloud computing provided by NIST. Now, here is a very interesting comparison between when you set up your infrastructure in cloud or when you do it on premises. What's the difference in terms of cost, in terms of performance, in terms of scalability? What is the difference? So let's go through these pointers. This will actually give you the clear idea why we are moving towards cloud computing. All right. So first thing that we talk about is no upfront investment in cloud. Of course, when you hire resources from cloud, you don't have to upfront invest heavy amount in servers, in capacity, in hardware, nothing. You just have to hire for that service, good to go. Yeah. And then when you talk about the on-premises, when you are managing your own infrastructure in your company, in your premises, then large initial purchase, very heavy. I want to mention one thing here. When you talk about all in cloud, it's actually OPEX model, operational expenditure. You just have to worry about the operational expenditure. Forget about the capital expenditure. But when you talk about the on-premises or we have, as we have discussed, the classic data centers, then you have to do by your own. Yeah. So when you talk about on-premises, it is capex, that is capital expenditure, plus operational expenditure that you have to spend. Yeah, it's a very heavy cost, right? And you can just see low ongoing cost, again low operational cost because of shareability, because of a lot of different options that we have of scalability, like scale up, scale down, wherever we need it. It's all on demand. Then when you talk about on-premise, it's laborious, patches, upgrade cycles. We have to upgrade our hardware. We have to upgrade our licenses. Lot of requirements. Then you can just see focus on innovation. Forget about the infrastructure. The cloud computing or cloud service provider will handle all your needs. And then here, system administration. Heavy system administration and monitoring is required in terms of monitoring the capacity, monitoring the performance, security concerns. There are a lot of issues that need to be administered. Then here, flexible capacity. Very important point that you should capture here. Flexible capacity. As I said, right, whenever I need more servers, I can get it. When I don't need it, I can release them. So it's like flexible, right? But when you talk about on-premises, fixed capacity. You just have limited capacity through which you can host your customers, your consumers, right? Then speed and agility, as I told you, it's very fast. You can go global in minutes, you can scale up, you can scale down. But when you talk about on-premises, long procurement cycles and setup need to be done before doing anything. Think about scaling up. Let's say you have 200 GB capacity. Now you want 500 GB capacity. You have to go through long procurement cycle. You have to buy new servers. Yeah. Then only you have to set up. You have to integrate again with the upcoming system, and you have to do everything from scratch. Then global reach on demand. As I told you, it is globally accessible. Yeah. But here, limited geographic region that is supported by on-premises. Definitely now you're getting the idea why everyone want to host your applications, the infrastructure on cloud. Why they want, right? So I hope now you're getting those advantages. Mastering these skills is just the beginning. Landing the right job is the next step. If you need expert guidance, we are just a call away. Contact details in description. Now, these advantages, let's point it out, right? Although we have discussed a lot of advantages, but let's have a quick recap on those things so that the things are clear and then we can move forward. Yeah. So, the first thing that we talk about is reduced IT cost. That means avoid the upfront capital expenditure, as I have already told you. We don't have to worry about the infrastructure cost. We can use it because it's already there in CSP, right? Then business agility support. Provide the ability to add new resources very quickly, just like this. Then flexible scaling. Scales up and down easily and instantly based on your business needs, based on your demand. Everything is so flexible, right? High availability as the accessibility is very high, broad network access. Then you can just see that highly available applications, data, resources, everything, right? It will ensure that applications are available all the time. The data is available all the time, depending upon the policy and priority that you have configured. Yeah. Less energy consumption, of course, right? When you are not actually handling your own data center, you are relying on cloud service provider to host your application, host your data. It's all less energy that you are consuming, right? Because you are relying on the CSP. You are not doing everything by your own. Now, the question arises, what exactly we can do with the cloud computing? We have seen a lot of advantages. What exactly what we do with the cloud computing? Let me just tell you, we can do a lot of things. Some of them are listed here. We can host the applications, we can backup and storage, we can use cloud computing resources for backup and storage purposes. We can use, just think about the Google Cloud Service in your mind when you talk about backup and storage. Yeah. Content delivery. When you talk about these services like YouTube, Netflix, they deliver content on demand, right? Let's say I want to watch a movie, so I will go to Netflix and watch a movie. So how the content is delivered, right? It should be without any lag, without any delay. So there are different services available in cloud which supports the content delivery. We'll talk about them in upcoming lessons. Then the websites. We can host websites. We can do enterprise IT. When you talk about enterprise IT, it's very large scale softwares which are used to handle a very big, large enterprise. Think about any manufacturing industry, think about banking domain. You will think about the very large enterprises which is handling their data applications and doing everything day-to-day operations. Yeah. So they need high precision, they need high capacity. Yeah. So we can rely on cloud computing for such large scale enterprise IT solutions. Then databases. We can use the database services from service provider and we can leverage it as a backend. Let's say we have our own service for application hosting, but for the backend, we need the large capacity or maybe on demand capacity. Whenever we need, we can actually go large and we can shrink back, scale up, scale down. So databases can be utilized. But let me just tell you, this is not actually all the applications of cloud computing. Every organization, every enterprise utilize cloud computing in different ways based on their needs, based on their capacity of expenditure, based on their cost planning budgets, based on their requirement, based on their security concerns, compliance concerns. Different organization uses cloud in different way. But these are some of the important applications of cloud computing. It's time for an MCQ, guys. Your question is, what is the key difference between cloud computing and on-premises infrastructure? To help you out, there are 4 options on the screen. Cloud requires heavy upfront investment. Cloud provides global access and flexibility. On-premises has rapid scalability. Cloud lacks measured services. Pick the right one and drop your answer in the comments now. In this lesson, we are going to talk about the different service models provided by cloud service providers. Let's see what we are going to cover in this particular lesson. This is nothing but service models. We'll talk about platform as a service, we'll talk about software as a service, we'll talk about the different service models provided by the cloud provider. Let's get started. So here are the three different models that are being provided by cloud service provider. What are exactly these service models? Let me just tell you, these are nothing but the categories of the service provided by cloud service providers. So based on the hired resources, different services are categorized into software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service. So let's try and understand deeply what exactly these services are and how these are categorized. So let's go to the next slide. So here, the very first thing that we talk about is going to be infrastructure as a service. In short, we call it as IaaS, right? Basically, it provides the virtualized computing platform. So on the top of the hardware resources that we have, like servers, storage system, networking equipments, everything. So there's a baseline physical layer of all these hardwares, on the top of which we have virtualized layer, which make it more utilizable. So here we have the infrastructure as a service. We talk about the platform as a service. Basically, it offers the development and deployment platform with tools that abstract the underlying infrastructure. Yeah. Then lastly, we have software as a service. We talk about the delivery of software applications, via the internet on the basis of subscription, right? All the Google services that we use are all comes under the category of software as a service. We'll go a little bit more in details. So let's see to the next slide, and I think this slide will clear all the concept that we need to understand about these service models. So let's talk about it. And when you talk about these service models, first of all, you need to understand that a basic IT model has got these fundamental resources, like they have network, storage, and compute. So these are the core of any IT system. Yeah. Then we have on the top of which we have operating system, we have databases, and we can host the applications. So these are general stack of any IT system. Now, based on the resources that you are hiring from cloud, the service models are decided. Let's try and understand that. So when you talk about these resources, compute, storage, and network, what does it mean? That I don't want application, I don't want operating system, I have my own. I just need a platform on the top of which I can install my operating system. I can install then my applications and serve my customers. In that case, I'm hiring, you can just see the hired resources. I'm hiring the basic infrastructure from cloud and I am good with that. This kind of service is known as infrastructure as a service, because now you can just connect the dots that I'm hiring the infrastructure only. I hope you are getting this idea. And here we have some of the interesting examples on the infrastructure as a service and platform as a service and software as a service. Here, the most important, AWS EC2. We'll talk a lot about EC2 service, Elastic Compute Cloud from AWS. This is nothing but AWS offering which comes under the category of infrastructure as a service. There are other examples also, Rackspace, Google Compute Engine, that is GCE, where we just get the platform. We have everything on the top of which, right? Now, there's a second scenario in which we have platform as a service. What does it exactly mean? I want the basic infrastructure Along with that, I need a database or operating system as well. I have my applications, but I don't want to spend in operating system licensing cost. Yeah, I don't have that, right? So I want that operating system from service provider. So now you can see this stack is big. Yeah. So when you have this whole stack, that means you just have to come up with your application. You just have to install it. That's it. You have the platform with the basic infrastructure, fundamental building blocks, and the operating system along with a database if required. This kind of category is known as platform as a service, right? Here are some examples. Here, Elastic Beanstalk provided by AWS, Windows Azure mostly used as platform as a service. You can just see that, right? Force.com, right? OpenShift. These are some players in market. And now the last category when you see is software as a service. I don't have anything with me. I just want the basic platform. I just want the operating system on the top of which. I just want applications as well. I will go and use it. That's it. Just think about all the Google services. Do we need to install Google Drive in our system? There's a client, that is a different story, but we don't need to install anything. We just can go to a browser and access the Google Drive and we can go for it, right? So here you can just see the hired resources is complete stack. Can you see that? So we have the compute, storage, network, basic building blocks. Then we have operating system. Then we have applications on the top of which is directly accessed by the end users. So you can just see the hired resources are the complete stack. Here are some examples. Google Apps, as I told you, right? Salesforce, Dropbox, these are ready to use softwares hosted on cloud infrastructure, which can be directly leveraged and we don't need to do anything. It's ready to be used. So I hope you are getting the difference between infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. And here we have some examples as well. Just to give you a quick recap, infrastructure as a service, when we need basic building blocks of infrastructure, that is compute, storage, network. Platform as a service is a category of services when we need basic building blocks along with the operating system. I mean, it's a complete platform on the top of which I can install my own applications. Then here we have the complete stack, that is software as a service, where we actually need everything from cloud. We don't have anything. Based on the business requirement, based on the operations, based on the cost model, right? Different organization, different individuals choose the different options from these service categories provided by a cloud service provider. It's time for an MCQ, guys. Your question is, Google Drive falls under which cloud service model? To help you out, there are 4 options on the screen. Platform as a service, infrastructure as a service, software as a service, or none of the above. Pick the right one and drop your answer in the comments now. We will discuss the deployment models, how the resources are accessed from the end users. That is what we call the deployment models. Let's talk about it. And by the end of this lesson, you will be able to understand the different deployment models supported by cloud computing. Let's see what are different deployment models supported. So when you talk about deployment model, is exactly refers to how cloud services are made accessible to the end users. Is it privately accessible or is it kind of shared environment from which the individuals or maybe the different organizations are sharing the infrastructure? So we have to think about it based on the requirements, based on the budgets of the organization. Let's come to this. So the very first thing that we talk about is public cloud. We'll think about the private cloud, hybrid cloud, and community cloud. Let's see them one by one in upcoming slides. Let's talk about the first deployment model, that is public cloud. As the name suggests, it is publicly accessible cloud. That means whatever the organizations are, like organization P, enterprise Q, or maybe individual user R, is accessing the same infrastructure provided by the service provider. You can see here is the infrastructure. So like here, when you talk about the public cloud, the cloud resources are available at no or very low cost for the organizations or maybe individual users. Yeah, it may be different services that may be higher, but it is all shared inside a single infrastructure. Don't worry about the security concerns. Securities are maintained up to some extent, but yes, when you have very high level of requirement of the security, maybe compliance, maybe performance requirement, then public cloud is not for you. Why? Because the same infrastructure is actually shared by different organizations, individual users. That means your whole infrastructure is shared. But there are pros and cons of every deployment models. Here, of course, there's a limited capacity, right? Less security and less compliance concerns, but at the same time, it is very low cost. So let's say you have some requirements and you are not really very concerned about the privacy of the data, privacy of your applications, then you can opt for public cloud because it gives you advantage on the cost. Yeah. So here, based on your requirement, you can choose a public model. If you are ready to go beyond the basics and want in-depth AWS knowledge, check out our job-ready courses on Tech with One. We offer expert-led, industry-aligned learning at a fraction of the cost compared to other institutes. Check the link in the description for more details. Of course, there are certain limits. Just think about Google Cloud and Google Drive services specifically. You have 15 GB storage available there, right? And after that, if you want more, then you have to buy for it. So you can just see limited capacity infrastructure is available within the cost limits, within the budgets and everything. So here, the next model that might, different organization may prefer is private cloud. So as the name suggests, private, what does it mean? That it means it is not shared. You will get the full capacity, full performance with privacy. So here, if you just see, there are two different models that we have. Although this on-premises private cloud is not preferred by a lot of companies, this is a better option when you externally host your private cloud. So what's the difference? Just try and understand this. When your cloud infrastructure is exclusively yours, what does it mean? That it is not shared, yeah. And then it is used by a single organization, offering great control and customization needs. Here, if you just see, there are two options available: on-premises private cloud and externally hosted private cloud. When you talk about on-premises private cloud, that means you have your own infrastructure. If you just see, the enterprise P is the part of, or I should say, this infrastructure is part of enterprise P, right? And you can just see that here we have externally hosted cloud. One thing that you should notice here in on-premises cloud, this enterprise P has got whole ownership of this infrastructure. That means enterprise P has to maintain everything inside this infrastructure, whatever it has to do, right? But when you talk about externally hosted, as the name suggests, it is externally hosted. Yeah, there is a service provider. There is a whole infrastructure of service provider, and one part of the infrastructure is dedicated to enterprise P. What does it mean? That this part of enterprise infrastructure is not shared. It is exclusively for enterprise P. You can just see this, right? That means enterprise P will get the exclusive benefits, exclusive privacy, high performance, no sharing. But as I said, there are always pros and cons of every deployment model. Here, high capacity, high security, high privacy, high compliance, but high cost as well. Yeah. So when you hire a dedicated resource or dedicated part of infrastructure from service provider, definitely it will cost you more as compared to public cloud. So based on your needs, you have to decide whether I should go for a private cloud or a public cloud. But when you are not very sure, or when you have some of the services which you need on private cloud, because you want higher precision, higher performance, security, privacy. But you have some of the applications which may compromise with the security, which may compromise with the performance. Then the third model is for you. There is nothing but the combination of private and public cloud. It's called as hybrid cloud. The idea is you leverage the advantages of public cloud, which is low cost, and private cloud for different services, right? Which is actually high performance. So you can just see that. Here we have private cloud, here we have public cloud, and the approach is actually mixed. Yeah. This can be a good solution for a lot of organization. You can save a lot of money here with this particular type of options. The last one is called as community cloud. This idea is also very interesting. When you talk about the community cloud, so infrastructure, or a part of infrastructure I should say, is being shared with different organizations. Like here we have enterprise P, enterprise Q, enterprise R, which have similar kind of requirements. Just think about universities, or maybe group of institutions, okay, or maybe group of companies, all right, where they need same kind of infrastructure, same kind of scalability, same kind of privacy, compliance, security requirements. Then what they can do is they can share the infrastructure because they are community users. They have similar concerns. So they can share the infrastructure. They can save some cost from this approach. So I hope you are getting the idea that whole idea of these deployment models are actually about the cost. When you talk about private cloud, cost is very high. Public cloud, low cost. When you try the hybrid cloud, cost a little less. You can have the private and public both. And in community, you can have different organizations having the similar requirements, sharing a part of infrastructure. So I hope you are getting the whole idea of these 4 different type of deployment models. It's time for an MCQ, guys. Your question is, what is a drawback of private cloud? To help you out, there are 4 options on the screen. Low privacy, shared infrastructure, high cost, no customization. Pick the right one and drop your answers in the comments now. Let's talk about what we are going to cover in this lesson. Now, from this lesson onwards, we'll go specific to one of the pioneer cloud service provider as AWS, Amazon Web Services. So we'll talk about what is AWS here in this lesson. Let's see what topics that we are covering in this particular lesson. We will talk about what exactly is AWS. We'll talk about a little bit of history of AWS. Then we'll talk about the market share of AWS, because there are other cloud service providers as well in the market. So let's see how the AWS is covering the market. Then we'll talk about the key drivers of AWS, which makes it pioneer in the cloud service. So let's talk about them one by one. Let's try and understand what exactly is AWS. So AWS, as abbreviated, Amazon Web Services, is a comprehensive suite of services which is there available on demand, which can be used by any organization or any individual. So here you can see it offers a wide variety of cloud-based services. So if you remember in previous lessons, we understood that when the IT resources are bundled in the form of a service, then it becomes the cloud service provider. Here AWS is one of the service providers of cloud. So here you can just see different varieties of services like compute power. We have different services supporting the compute capacity, then storage, databases, machine learning services, analytical services, networking services, mobile integration, security, and many more services that we have in AWS. Let me just tell you, AWS is a wonderful platform. It supports more than 200 services. There are big giants, tech giants like Netflix, Airbnb, NASA, which holds their application, which hosts their data on AWS. So you can see AWS is such a reliable platform which can support very large organizations with very high capacity needs and performance needs. Yeah. We'll talk more about it in details in upcoming slides. Are you enjoying the course so far? If you want a free certification that will boost your resume and set you apart in the job market, comment, "Yes, I want free certification" below. I am giving it away to those who are serious about their career. Now here we will discuss the specific benefits of AWS platform. Let's talk to the benefits one by one. So first is security. Of course, every organization is worried about the security and privacy concerns of their applications and the data. Just think about it. Here, every application, every organization in a whole, right, always concerned about the security and the privacy of their data. If the third-party provider, right, on the top of which they are relying on for their application and data, then just think about it, how crucial the security can be. So here, AWS provides you very strong and robust security mechanisms. It's called as defense in depth. They actually follow very strict security principles in terms of data security, privacy, access control. So AWS, we'll talk about different services in AWS which supports this idea of security. Then we can talk about the reliability. As I've already told you, right, if the platform is not reliable, then no organization will be interested in that platform. Why? Because they want reliability in terms of high availability and disaster recovery. AWS provides you lot of different solutions with the help of which you can ensure that your application and data is available all the time whenever it is needed. And it can also have very robust disaster recovery, backup, replication solutions for the organizations where we have mission critical data. They don't want to lose their data. Just think about a banking organization. Let's say that there's a data of banking organization hosted on a cloud, and because of some reason we lost the data. So do you think that any other organization will rely on that platform which loses the banking, such mission critical, such crucial data of customers? I don't think so, right? So here, high availability and disaster recovery is very, very important, and AWS work a lot in these things. Yeah. Make sure that your availability and security is maintained based on your compliance needs. Then we can talk about the scalability. Another very important aspect, as we have already discussed, whenever we need on-demand resources from cloud service provider, we should get it, and we should get it up to any scale. We don't know what is my need. Yeah. So ability to adjust the resources based on demand. So wherever I need more capacity, I should get it on the go, right? So that is one of the key advantages of AWS. Within few clicks, you can expand yourself up to no limits. Yeah. Then pay as you go pricing. It's all about budgets. There are different type of organizations. Some organizations have very high budgets on IT infrastructure. They have very large budget to spend on, but some organizations do not have such budgets, maybe some mediocre or maybe some startup organizations, right? Then pay as you go pricing is a very interesting and important aspect when you have low budgets or maybe you have cost concerns. Every organization have their own capacity of expenditure. So here AWS provides the cost effective payment for services used. So based on your needs, based on your provisioning, based on your hired resources, you just have to pay. Don't worry about the other expenses. Just pay for what you use. So AWS provide a lot of different services to monitor that cost, to monitor that usage, and set some budgets, on the base of which the infrastructure of AWS can be utilized. AWS supports a lot of such services which can help you out to manage your cost based on your provisioned and hired resources. Now here we will talk about the market share of other cloud service providers. So there are three major players in the industry. The first one, AWS itself, then Microsoft Azure, it's a product of Microsoft, and Google Cloud as the Google product, right? But you can just see here the market share of AWS is 32 to 33%. It is highest. So now you can just think about it. A lot of organization, or you can just think about 30 to 33% organizations, are actually relying on AWS for their applications and infrastructural needs. They have that faith, they have that reliability factor with AWS, right? That they have actually deployed their application, they have hosted their data on the top of AWS. So you can just see Azure has got 22 to 24% market share, and Google Cloud has got 9 to 10% market share. So this is all, and you will see here AWS is pioneer. It's actually covering 32 to 33% data. This number can change by the time. You can just see more share of AWS by the time, because AWS is working day and night to to consume the more customers, to serve more organizations like this. Now here we'll talk about the key drivers. As you have seen in the previous slide, that 32% approximately market share is with AWS. 1/3 of market is captured by AWS, you can see. But why? What are those things? Although we have seen the advantages, but what are those key drivers, right? Because of which business rely on AWS. Business really likes the AWS platform. These key drivers are enterprise use. So like ranging from a small scale enterprise going to a very large enterprise, AWS can host. So it's a whole spectrum of the range of enterprise which can be hosted by AWS. Key advantage, right? Then global infrastructure. We'll talk about the AWS global infrastructure in detail in the upcoming lessons. But here, because of the infrastructure which is globally accessible and globally spread, you can actually control the accessibility, you can control the deployments of the application, you can control the latency, which is actually observed by the customers which are far away from the application where it is hosted. AWS supports all those things for you. Then it is service portfolio. When you talk about service portfolio, it's a big range of services. I told you there are 200 plus services from which you can actually choose the service based on your needs. Like for an example, if I choose a server application where I need to maintain a server, or I can choose a serverless application where I don't need to maintain a server. I can directly go and use the service, that's it. So based on your choice, we have wide variety, whole catalog of services from which you can choose, and based on your business needs, you can go. Lastly, it's an ecosystem adoption. It's a very interesting thing. Just think about, you have already a legacy application running on premises. You are older company, you have already grown up, right? So you have your own setup, you have your own application, you have your backend system, everything is set, so set. So can this migration happen from on-premises to a cloud? That is what we call the ecosystem adoption. AWS supports the migration of those legacy platforms. Just think about it. Let's say you have a WordPress application and on the backend it is Oracle which is supporting. So here we have a solution in AWS that can support the WordPress application as well as the Oracle platform can be directly, Oracle databases can be directly migrated to AWS platform, and you can work as it is as we were working in on-premises, but with the ease, with the low cost, with the scaling capacity, with higher privacy and security requirements. So I hope you are getting the key drivers which makes it very popular among the different organizations when you talk about AWS. It's time for an MCQ, guys. Your question is, what is an example of an application that can be migrated to AWS as mentioned in the lesson? To help you out, there are 4 options on the screen. Google Docs, WordPress with Oracle databases, Microsoft Teams, or Facebook. Pick the right one and drop your answer in comments now. Here, we are going to discuss global infrastructure of AWS. Mind this word global. So, we would like to understand that how AWS is globally spread and how its infrastructure can serve big organizations like Netflix, NASA, Airbnb, how it can do that, right? How it is fault tolerant to each other. What are different components that we have in AWS infrastructure? So, let's see what topics that we are covering here in this lesson. We are covering the first thing, that is global infrastructure and different components of global infrastructure and its importance. Let's try and understand that one by one. So let's look into the different components first of this global infrastructure. The first thing that we have is region, that is what we call it as AWS regions. Yeah. So basically regions are geographical areas where we have AZs. We call them AZs here. In short, availability zone called as AZ, right? AZs are nothing but group of data centers. We'll deep dive into these all components. Just want to give you the idea that what are the different components that we have in the global infrastructure of AWS. Then what we have data centers, right? These are the facilities where actually the data is stored and processed. Then we have some edge locations. Basically, edge locations are the caching solutions of AWS. Let's deep dive and then let's understand that what are the different components, how they work together, right? How they are connected together and how it serves the different organizations and individuals. Let's talk about it. And here is the current scenario. This number can change, right? You just have to refer to this infrastructure web page of AWS. AWS publish their growth, their numbers like this, all right. And you can just see here, right now when we are recording this video, there are 34 launched regions all over the globe. You can see this map. This is very nice way to understand, what are the regions, where are they located. So everything is in front of you. You can see here, these green bullets are showing the already launched regions of AWS. The presence of AWS is all over the globe. You can see that. In India, you can see there are 2 regions, one in Mumbai, one is in Hyderabad. So you can see, and there are red bullets as well. These red bullets are upcoming regions. So you can see that AWS is continuously growing their infrastructure and spreading it all over the globe to serve the clients in every part of the world. You can just see here, these number can change by the time. Here you can just see 34 launch regions, 108 availability zones within these all 34 regions, and we have 600 plus CloudFront POPs. POP means point of presence. Here, these are called as edge locations. So we have a lot of edge location. I'll tell you what is the use case of the edge locations. But I hope you are getting this idea. For more information, you can refer to this web page. This will give you the latest information of AWS. Let's talk about the components one by one. Let's look into the region first. What is region and what we have inside the region? All right. So let's try and understand these points about AWS region. So AWS region is a separate geographic area. It's very important to understand. It's a separate place in the world where we have regions. All right. And then you can say designed to be isolated. This word is super important, guys. Just pay attention to this word. It's be isolated from other regions to reduce the latency. Just mind this word latency and increase the fault tolerance. Let's discuss all these stuff because these are pretty important when you try to understand AWS. Let's try and understand what is isolated. That means the regions are completely separate from each other. That means, let's suppose anything goes wrong in one region will not affect the working of another region. That is what is isolation. Yeah, it's called as fault tolerance, right? And you can see here they are designed to be low latency, to reduce the latency. That means whatever the customer, whatever the consumer that you have, whatever the part of country you are working in, right, doesn't matter, you will get the things with low latency without any delay. And then you can just see the word increase the fault tolerance. Now let's say, suppose something goes wrong, your application is not working, that is downtime in your application or data is not available. Then, the regions are designed in such a way that they can support each other. That means anything goes wrong, then other region can actually serve your data, can serve your application. If you are doing some cross-region replication or something like this, there are arrangements for that, but they are designed in such a way. Then let's talk about AWS region is made up of multiple AZs. This is very important to understand. Within the region, we have AZs, right? You can see we can have 2 to 6 AZs. Like the biggest region in AWS is US East 1, North Virginia region. And here we have 6 availability zones. So let's try and understand what is availability zone. But you should understand that within the regions, we have AZs. All right. Then you can just see these are physically separated within specific geographical area. So there are multiple AZs, but still they are physically isolated. All right. They are connected together with the high bandwidth network, but they are separate from each other. All right. And you can see it will ensure the high availability. So let's say if AZ goes down, then another AZ can take place. Yeah. Or you can also do multi-AZ deployments. Very, very important term in AWS. Multi-AZ deployments. So whenever we think about high availability in AWS, we always deploy our applications and data in multiple AZs, right? So this is something that you should remember. Now, very, very important thing, most of the AWS services are region scoped. What does it mean? Like for an example, I am in US East 1 region. So there will be a group of services available in that region. Not all the services are available in all the regions. You should keep this in note that the services are region scope. So let's say if you are working with any of the service, let's say you are working with EC2 service of AWS. So you should understand that if you are running EC2 virtual machine in one region, it will not be available in another region. So you have to actually construct your infrastructure based on the needs. Cloud or on-premises? Which one will you choose for your startup? Give me your thoughts in comments. All right. Now let's talk about the next component that we have here, that is AZ. So within region, we have availability zones. The name itself says something, availability zone, right? There is a zone, separate zone from which the things will be available to you, like maybe applications, maybe data, it can be anything, right? So just try and understand what exactly means by availability zones. So you can just see availability zone are independent data centers. So you should understand that within AZ, we have multiple availability zones. Very important to understand. All right. Within the region and with isolated power, so everything is separated, right? I mean, we have multiple data centers and those are separate, right? They are isolated. Isolated power, cooling, networking. So anything goes wrong in one part of AZ will not affect the working of another part of AZ. Yeah. You can just see they are designed to be isolated from the failures in other. So as I told you, right, within the AZ also, just like regions, within the AZ also, if anything goes wrong in one data center, it will not affect the working of another AZ. All right. And you can see providing redundancy and improving availability. Very important. AZs are connected with low latency, high throughput network links. Although they are isolated, but they are highly interconnected. Why they are interconnected? You can just think about, like for an example, you are serving your application data in one AZ and God forbid anything goes wrong in that AZ. then you should have the backup of your data. So what do you do actually? You deploy your application and data in one AZ, and you make such an arrangement that whenever you are working with the data, it is also replicated in another AZ. So let's say if one AZ goes down, another AZ can take place of it, and then it can work as well. It is actually fault tolerance that we are talking about. All right. So I hope you are getting this idea of highly connected data centers within AZ. All right. So here you're going to see it is allowing data replication, as I told you. Yeah, we are trying to replicate the data across multiple zones. It is very critical for fault tolerance application. Yeah, you should keep these things in mind. Otherwise, it will be easier to you to understand the whole working of AWS. Let's try and understand this. I have made some notes for you. You can just say US East, Northern Virginia region is the biggest region in AWS, has got 6 availability zones. Yeah, and you're going to see that Asia Pacific Mumbai region has 3 AZs. So you can just see some regions may have 2 AZs also. Let's say if it is recently launched, then Hyderabad region in India is recently launched in 2022 and it has got only 2 AZ. So definitely it can serve less number of services, and it is a small AZ, right? By the time it can grow and serve more people, and you can have more services from that AZ. So right now this is the idea. The numbers can change, but I hope you are getting the idea of region. Within that region we have AZs. Within that AZs we have data centers. All right. Now let's talk about this something called as edge location, right? This is something very interesting. Just try and understand this. Let's say if you are watching Netflix, all right, and you are getting a lot of buffering in the videos that you are watching. Let's say if you are watching a movie, a lot of buffering is happening. So will you like that way of watching that movie? I don't think so, right? So what happens in edge locations? They are caching solutions. So what they do actually, they cache the frequently used data. Let's say I am watching movie, and definitely it is likely that I will watch the whole movie. So these caching solutions, they call as edge locations, will cache that data for you, and the location will be near to you. So let's say I'm watching it from India. So the edge location which is closest to me will cache the whole data, so that I can get the data without any latency. This is called as content delivery. It's called as content delivery network, CDN. Yeah. So you can see basically this edge locations are part of content delivery network of AWS. So you can see that they are simply caching solutions. If you just simply want to understand that it's a caching solution. If you just see here, there's a service in AWS. It's called as Amazon CloudFront. This is responsible for all the content delivery in AWS. All right. So you can see the edge locations are used to deliver the cached content. So it can cache the content for you, and cache is like fastest memory that we have. All right. And you can just see users can have it without, or with a very low latency. All right. So this is something that we have as edge location, and you can see the numbers. There are 200 plus edge locations across various countries, right? So you can get the data whenever you are, wherever you are, doesn't matter, right? So let's see that. Now this is something very interesting, right? So this is called as AWS Global Network Backbone. You won't believe that AWS has got its own private network. Yes, it is not using public internet. AWS has got global network backbone, which is a private AWS network without latency. It's a very high speed network specifically for AWS services. Just see that global network backbone, which connects the regions. So regions are connected, AZs are connected, edge locations are connected. So you can see that's very fast, lightning speed, right? So this private network, just mind this word private network, right? So just see this word private network is built to provide high bandwidth, and low latency connectivity for all the AWS services. I hope it is self-clear that we have the private connectivity in AWS. We are connected to AWS through public internet, right? We have internet, but for internal networking of AWS use its own private network without any security breaches, not shareable, is very high speed, and it is spread across the whole globe, right? And it is connecting all the regions, AZs, and edge location. Now we are getting the reason why we have this, right? Because of the property that is not shared. Yeah, that means we will get 100% guarantee of performance and privacy and security. It's not actually shared network. I hope you're getting that, right? It's time for an MCQ, guys. Your question is, which of these companies uses AWS for their applications? To help you out, there are 4 options on the screen: Netflix, Airbnb, NASA, or all of the above. Pick the right one and drop your answer. We are going to discuss about the AWS free tier account today. So let's see what are the topics today. We are going to discuss what is AWS free tier. It is a free offering by AWS to test the AWS platform. So we'll deep dive into those things, and we are going to cover the offerings, right? And then we are going to talk about some very important points that we should always remember while using the AWS free tier account. So let's try and understand what exactly is AWS free tier. As I told you, AWS free tier is a service available to you to test the AWS platform. You can use the AWS platform, you can use the different services, definitely up to certain limits, and you can try, experiment with those services. You can understand how they work, what are the things that we can perform with those services, and how they can behave in the development and production environments. So you can just see, AWS offers a free tier to allow new users to get started with AWS cloud services without any cost. And you can just see that you just have to refer to this awsamazon.com/free, right? And you can just see, sometimes there is no cost for the services, and sometimes a very minimum cost to test these services in AWS. Let's deep dive what type of services are allowed inside the free tier. We will be using free tier account in our course, right? So there are 3 type of offerings that we have in AWS free tier. The first thing that we have is always free. What do you mean by always free? It's pretty obvious that the services, some of the services, not all the services, are completely free in AWS free tier. We'll deep dive. We will see the limits and we will see what are the different offerings which are always free in AWS free tier. Let me just tell you guys, AWS free tier is available to you for 12 months. Yeah, so you can use some of the services always free in those 12 months to experiment with that, to try and understand the platform, the configurations, and the other options. Then there is another offering that is called as 12-month free tier. So you should understand that there's a difference, always free and 12 months free. Yeah, so always free is like all the time, right? You don't have to worry about that. But when you talk about 12-month free, it is within the AWS free tier account limits, right? So you have that account for 12 months, right? You have to renew it after 12 months. So you can get it, back. And then here we have some free trials. Some of these services provide you the free trials. You can try it for free. You can understand how it behaves, how it works, whether it will be suited for your development environment, production environment, right? How it can be secured, how it can be storing the data. What are the different possible options that we have inside the applications? So here we have the 3 offerings by AWS free tier. Understanding this concept is great, but applying it in the real world job is even more important. If you need placements guidance, call the number on the screen. Now here, let's discuss some of the very important points while using AWS free tier. First thing that you should always ask me, that whether free tier is always free, we don't have to pay anything. No, it is not like that. If you go beyond the limits of AWS free tier, you will be charged. Okay, let's try and understand some of the important aspects of AWS free tier and how we can protect ourselves from unnecessary costs, some unnecessary bills from AWS. Let's try and understand. If you are within the AWS limit, believe me, you will not be charged. All right. So let's try and understand some very important point about the AWS free tier. Let's discuss one by one. First of all, it's a usage limits. You should understand that every service has got usage limits in terms of number of hours, in terms of storage space, in terms of request. Let me just give you some examples, although we are going to see it in hands-on sessions in upcoming videos. So if you just see the number of hours, so you can just see that there are 750 hours of EC2 service is allowed. That means in a month, you can run your EC2 system, EC2 machines for 750 hours. It's total of all the instances that we have in EC2. It's like one of the examples. If I give you storage limit example, let's say that we have 5 GB storage available in S3. There's a simple storage service available in AWS. So you can say that there is a limit on the storage. So definitely in every every service, right, we have usage limits in AWS. You should try and understand this. Then low usage charges, you can just see that. So you will not be charged anything if you are within the free tier limits. So what are the limits that the AWS have decided in AWS free tier? If you are within that limit, you will not be charged. Then you can see EC2 instances, the example that I have already quoted. Let's try and understand this service eligibility. All right. So you can just see that not all the services are eligible in free tier accounts. This is something very important. Like we have some of these services like AWS SageMaker, we have Bedrock services, AI services, machine learning services. Not necessary that all these services are available within the AWS free tier. You should check whether the application is required, some of the service which we do not have in free tier. All right. So you should always check the free tier page for eligibility of the services. All right. Then you can just see there is an expiry period of these services. So as I already told you, AWS is available for 12 months period. Yeah, standard pricings are applied after that. All right. So you should understand this particular idea. And you can just see we have the mechanism to track the usage. We have AWS billing console, as I have already given you an idea. Yeah, billing console is basically a place from where you can actually monitor your usage. So let's say if you are going beyond the limits of free tier, you can restrict yourself to that service. All right, and you can see the cost management can also be tracked. Whatever the bills that you have in earlier months, whatever the cost that you have already incurred for a particular service, you can monitor all these things from this AWS billing console. I will show you this console in a while. Yeah. So I hope you're getting this whole idea. You should keep these things in mind while using the AWS free tier and you are good to go. It's very good when you are beginner in AWS, you are trying to test the services, you are trying to get a feel of cloud computing, you are running some instances in EC2, you are deploying your application, you are hosting some data in RDS service, completely okay within the AWS free tier account. I hope you're getting this idea and you will use the AWS free tier account, keeping these things in mind. It's time for an MCQ, guys. Your question is, what is AWS free tier? To help you out, there are 4 options on the screen. A paid service by AWS, a free offering by AWS to test the platform, a subscription-based service, a feature of AWS employees only. Pick the right one and drop your answer in the comments now. Welcome to the first demonstration of AWS Certified Cloud Practitioner course by DataFlair. In this demo, we will talk about the AWS free tier account. Let's have a walkthrough of AWS free tier and also AWS console, using which we will access the AWS resources. So let's get started. Here we are on AWS free tier page of AWS, And you can just see here the description is very clear. Gain free hands-on experience with AWS products and services. So they are talking about experiencing the AWS services using free tier account. So here, if you don't have the AWS free tier account, you just have to sign into the console. And here you have the option of create a new account if you don't have it. Here you just have to have your root user email address and the account name. This is going to be alias of your account, and then you are good to go with the email address. It will verify that, it will ask you for the payment method, and then you are good to go. Here, let's have some characteristics of free tier account. So as we discussed in the theoretical session, that we have three types of offers in AWS free tier. One is free trial, second one is 12-month free, and it is always free. So there are categories of services which are completely free, which are like free for 12 months, and here we have some services for which we have free trials. When you scroll down in this page, you can just see different type of product here: compute, database, storage, containers, web and mobile applications, serverless, machine learning. So here we have different categories of these services. We can choose based on our needs. Let's go through this, right, and let's understand what are the limits and what things that we have to understand before actually using the free tier account. So here, when you click on compute, you can see several compute services. Here we have Amazon EC2, which we'll be using frequently, and you can see it is 12-month free. So when you create an account in AWS free tier, it is available for 12 months, and you can see 750 hours per month is given to you. One thing that you should understand, free tier account is always within some limits. If you go beyond that limits, you will be charged. All right. So here, 750 hours per month is a total EC2 instance time. When you create an instance, right, there are several states. You run the instance. That is what being counted here in 750 hours. And for practice purpose, it is good enough. There are some best practices that we should follow while using the services. Like when I talk about EC2, if you create an instance, if you run it, then you should always terminate it or at least stop it whenever you are not using it, so that these hours can be saved, these time can be saved, and we can experiment it more. We will discuss all these things while going in this course, and when we will be creating instance, I will be showing you some best practices so that you don't have the billing surprises at the end of the month. All right. So this is 750 hours. You might be thinking that in a month that we have less than 750 hours. Let me just tell you, this is the total EC2 time. It counts all the EC2 instances that we have. Let's say we are running 5 EC2 instances. Total running time of 5 instances is counted in 750 hours. So it is not very long, and it is not also very short. You can use it, you can practice the EC2 instances, you can see the configuration, everything is here, but you have to be within this limit. Just like this 750 hours limit in EC2, we have other as well. Like if we talk about AWS Lambda, we have 1 million free requests per month. You can just see light cell here. Let me just show you some storage options. So let's say if we talk about storage, we have S3 service in Amazon. We will discuss all these services in detail while going forward in this course. So if we just see in Amazon S3, we have 5 GB of storage available, standard storage available, and here you can use it. It is 12-month free offering, and you can just see EFS 5 GB, Elastic Block Storage 30 GB, and we have ECS, container services, simple database. We have a couple of options here. So I highly advise that you should study all these limits before you start working with the free tier account. One more thing that I would like to tell you here, you can also set up a budget for your practice. let's say in a month, I don't want to spend more than $5. So I can set that budget in the console part. I will show you in a couple of minutes. And then it will restrict you to use beyond the $5 per month. All right. So here we should always study all these things before actually using free tier account. Assuming that you have created your free tier account, let's have a walkthrough of AWS console. Yeah, let's see what things that we have here and how to work with it, how to change the region, how to select the service, right? So let's go through it. All right. So assuming that you will be creating your AWS free tier account soon, so you just have to click on this sign in and you will be redirected to this login page. One thing that I would like to tell you that we have two types of users in AWS. We will also discuss it in the IAM section. But here, when you talk about two users, first one is a root user, which is the account owner, right? And there are other type of users that are called as IAM users, identity and access management. One of the access management service in AWS that we will see in detail in upcoming videos. All right. So here you can see it is asking IAM user sign in. So as an account owner, yeah, we are not IAM users. All right. So if you just scroll down a bit and if you just see here, sign in using root user email. So this option that we should choose if you are the owner of the account. So let's sign in. And you can see here we have two options, root user, IAM user. So here you just have to provide your root user email. Just like mine, I am providing. It is asking for the password as the one that you have given at the time of sign up. So let's go for it. So here I would like to point out one thing that AWS has mandatory provided that MFA settings now, right? While you are logging in your account, right, you should be providing multi-factor authentication. It is just another factor of security AWS have provided. So here you just have to connect your account with some MFA application like Google Authenticator or maybe Amazon Authy, and it is easy process. And the one that you have already, the code, yeah, you just have to provide it. So I am looking into my Google Authenticator app and let's see what code it is providing. So let's enter that. I think so. It might happen. You just have to try for different code, and okay, it is asking for the wrong user. Just try it once again. Yeah, now it is asking for the code. You just need a mobile application, Google Authenticator, and you will be allowed to log in. Here you are. You can see as soon as I entered the Google Authentication code, now I am in my console. So this is the first look of the console. Although there are many ways you can actually access the AWS resources. Like one of them is like console, and it is most popular one. It is actually a web-based user interface using which you can interact with the AWS services, and you can work with it. You can configure it, and whatever you want to do with the services, you can do it. Second thing we will be using is CLI. Yeah, console. Apart from console, we have command line interface CLI that we will see in upcoming sessions how we can actually access the AWS resources from CLI. But console is the most common type of access, right? It is a web-based UI that simply just can do with this, right? So if you just see here, this is your console home, and we have these all services which are like recently visited. So I have worked with all these services before. That is why it is showing you. But here, can you see we have these dots, and you can see all these services here. Can you see we have EC2, we have SageMaker, S3, IAM service, Lambda, and we have all these services. We can also make a search of it. Like for an example, I want to work with simple storage service, right? So I will go for like S3, and you can see here we have S3, S3 Glacier, other things. Let's say I want to work with RDS service, relational database service. So you can see I'm searching for it and I'm getting that access directly. All right. So let's say I want to work with IAM. So I just have to search for it, click on it, and I'm into the home page of this service. Yeah, it also show you, right, how many users we have, how many groups we have, roles, policies, everything. So I will be doing it from scratch, don't worry. But in this video, let's have a walkthrough of all these things. Okay. So let's get back to our console home. There are a couple of more things that you can actually observe at console home, right? You can see here cost usage. Okay. So this is something that is very interesting. You should monitor your cost. I mean, you should understand, yeah, I mean, if you have some cost, then from which particular service you are getting that cost. Yeah. So if you click on that, yeah, you can see here June 24, and here we have taxes, EC2, virtual private cloud. That give an idea that what is your expenditure. I mean, how you are spending money in AWS services. All right. This is only applicable when you are going beyond the free tier limits. If you are within that free tier limit, you need not to worry about this, all right, and you are okay with that. You will not have any surprises in the bill at the end of the month. Yeah. Is AWS truly the king of cloud computing, or competitors like Azure and Google Cloud are better? Which one do you think rules the cloud industry? Comment down below. And there are some applications, we will talk about it. Yeah. And one thing that you should observe here at the end, like right side corner, we have the option of choosing the region. Yeah. We have discussed in the previous videos that the AWS global infrastructure is made up of different components. First one is region, which is a physical place where we have some resources of AWS, like Amazon, like AZs we have, right? So here we can actually select any one of the region. So you can see there are several regions: North Virginia, Ohio, North Carolina, right? Oregon region. In Asia Pacific, we have Mumbai region. So we can choose any one of them, and it is shown here. So default, yeah, when you create the free tier account, it will go in North Virginia region, which is the biggest region of AWS, which is having 6 availability zones. Okay, but based on your needs, you can actually select that, and you can build the infrastructure within that region. One thing that you should understand, some of the services are not region scoped. Yeah, like IAM service is not region scoped, right? So right now you can see here, it is North Virginia. But when I select IAM service, you will see the change. Can you see it is global? Yeah, what does it mean? These services, I mean, there are very few services which are like out of region. I mean, they are globally available. Some of them, like we will be discussing in our course, IAM is one of them. So you can see global, and here we are not allowed to select any region here. Yeah, so you should understand that this service is available all over the globe. You don't have to select specific region. But let's say if you're working with any service which is region scoped, let's say EC2 and S3, yeah. So you have to understand that in which particular region I'm placing all those resources. You have to select appropriate resource based on the proximity of your customers, your viewers, right? So here I can select anything. Let's say I think like if I choose the Mumbai region, that will be good for me, as my all customers, yeah, are near to that region. All right. So you can select that. and it will be automatically changed. Can you see now I am in Mumbai region? Yeah. So whatever I am doing, I will be doing it inside the Mumbai region. One more thing that I would like to mention here: in some regions, there are some services which are not available. Yeah. Although we are working with a free tier account, so there are even a lot of services which are not available in free tier account, but there are few services which are also like restricted in one region or maybe multiple regions, may not be available in some regions. So you have to understand that as well. Yeah, that what kind of services are available in different regions. Okay, what you can do here, you can also have a web page from AWS that will tell you the whole story. So here it is. You can see global infrastructure, regional product services. So if you just see here, I am selecting the N Virginia, which is like US East 1 here. You should always understand here, when you select any region, there's a code given to that, right? US East 1, US East 2, right? So this should be like here when you are selecting anything. All right. And you can also see these services are available in all these in this particular North Virginia region. But if I select any other region, let's say if I select Asia Pacific Hyderabad region, all right, then you will see a little bit less services are available as compared to other region, because this is a new region and not all the services are available within that region. So you should check, right, in which particular region the services are available. Sometimes it may happen that after putting all your efforts, right, the service that you need may not be available in that region. All right. So you should be careful about this. For this course, right, let's fix that we will be working in North Virginia region, that is US East 1, which is the biggest region, because almost all the services are available within that region. So you can work with it, and we will stick to this North Virginia region. If you're not doing anything regional transfers or something like this, then we'll be using other region. But for most of the demos in our course, we'll be using North Virginia. Okay, because that's the biggest one, and almost all the services are available within that region. Okay, and here we have, right, we can change the things based on our needs. You can also see when I click on this username, there's an account ID as well. Can you see? 7303 3567 3909. So this is the account ID. You should note it somewhere, because if you just forget your account credentials or something like this, you might in need of this. All right, this is something that you should need. So we talked about the console here, right? How we can access all those services. We have other things also. There are some solutions as well. We can explore some blogs, right? Here we have security things, right? Right now we don't have security data, so it is not actually given here. You can also see trusted advisor. There are a lot of things that we can actually do with this console. We will see it in upcoming demos, that how can we leverage them. All right. So that's all about this demo, guys, right? I hope you got an idea that how we can create the free tier account, and MFA is the need, multi-factor authentication. Yeah, and then if you are within that free tier limit, you will not get charged from AWS, right? If you go beyond the limits, you will see the bills, and based on that you have to pay. But if you are within that limit, don't worry. Okay, and I will give you a lot of best practices, right, so that you can be within the free tier limits. You will not be charged. Don't worry about that. And I have also given you the idea about the region. In some services, we are also allowed to choose the availability zones also. Yeah, as we discussed in the global infrastructure of AWS, we have region. Within that region, we have availability zones. Within that availability zones, we have different data centers. So in some services, it is also allowed that we can choose the AZ based on our needs. Sometimes we spread our infrastructure, we spread our services in multiple AZs for disaster recovery and fault tolerant purposes, right? So we'll also see that when we deep dive into this services. All right. That's it for this demo, guys. I hope you enjoyed this first demo of this course. It's time for an MCQ, guys. Your question is, how does AWS ensure extra security when logging into an account? To help you out, there are 4 options on the screen. By asking for a password only, by enabling multi-factor authentication or MFA, by requiring phone verification, or by limiting the number of logins attempts. Pick the right one and drop your answer in the comments now. We're going to see the service categories of AWS. Now, we will have a first look on the major services of AWS in different categories. So, let's see what we are going to cover today. So, we are going to cover the categories of services like compute services, storage services, database services, and other different type of services. Let's go really deep. So, the very first thing that we have is compute service category. Very important, right? Here we have this category as called as compute. That means it has got all the server capacity, it's got processing capacity, right? So here we have a lot of different services. The first and the pioneer service here in this category is EC2, Amazon EC2. We'll be working with EC2 in real detail. So you can see that Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud is the first service that we have in this category. It provides you virtual machines on the top of which you can deploy your application. You can run whatever you want to do, right? It's just like normal system that you have, virtual machines. Then we have AWS Fargate. It runs the container services. AWS Batch, which is used for batch operations. It is Lightcell that we use for small applications. It's like plug and play kind of service. We have Elastic Beanstalk. It is also serverless offering by AWS. We don't have to manage any server. We can directly deploy our web application on Elastic Beanstalk. And we have AWS Lambda, another serverless code execution service provided by the AWS. We are covering the major bunch of services provided by AWS. We will be working with all these services in some or other way in our course. But the idea is to give you the glimpse of what all services that we have in AWS. The next category is storage services. Let's say we want to store something, right? Let's say we have some application in which we want to store some files, right? Let's say maybe forms, maybe anything, right? So here we have the bunch of services which supports the data storage. So when you see the AWS storage services, we have the first one as Amazon S3 service. So Amazon S3 service, S3 stands for Simple Storage Service. Here we can store anything in the form of objects. There are different types of storage available. Yeah, some of the services supports the object-based storage. Some of them are like we have file-based storage like EBS. Then we have FSX. EBS is block level storage, by the way. Yeah, S3 is object storage, right? Anything you have, right, it will be stored in S3 in the form of an object. Yeah, and we have EFS service. It is Elastic File System. So everything in the form of a file. So whatever your need, you can choose the service based on your needs, right? So if we just see, the next thing is we have Storage Gateway. This service is very, very interesting. Yeah, basically, let's say if you have any on-premises established database or data storage system, you can connect that data storage system with AWS, and AWS and that on-premises storage system will work together using this storage gateway. We have another very interesting offerings, EFS and FSX. These two are file system. So let's say you want to manage the file system, right? Basically in file system we have directory structure. We have directory, then subdirectory, then we have maybe another subdirectory within which we store some files. So we need a file system sometimes, right? So we have EFS, Elastic File System. We will deep dive into all these services, but I want to give you the glimpse of the major available services in different category. So you can just see that we have EFS, FSX here. FSX is a Windows file system, right? So basically EFS supports the Linux machines only, and FSX is for Windows. Yeah, and we have EBS. It is Elastic Block Storage. It stores the things in block of storage. So it's basically for very large scale data that you want to store. And here we have Amazon Glacier service. It's also a very interesting service. It's a very low cost storage, cold storage I should say, which is a kind of storage in which we store the files or data for very long period of time, but we want it at a very low cost. Yeah. So here we have Glacier services. We have different options in Glacier that we will discuss in upcoming lessons, but here are the major offerings of AWS in terms of storage. Just think about the endless possibilities. Imagine running your own startup and scaling it globally without the massive upfront cost. That's what AWS brings to the table. Let's move ahead and let's see some more offerings by AWS in different categories. Now we have database services. So database services very commonly used when you have any application. So let's say you are hosting an application on AWS platform, but you need a backend, in which you store the data. You're getting it from the user and then you are storing it from front end to back end. It's a very common architecture that you might need to follow. All right. So here we have the bunch of very commonly used database services. Let me just tell you, there are different type of services in database category. The first one is Amazon RDS, a very interesting service provided by AWS. When you talk about RDS, actually relational database service, it follows the SQL type of queries to store and to retrieve the data from the database. It's just like normal RDBMS, and we have a lot of options in RDS. It supports MySQL, it supports Oracle, it supports a lot of different type of Microsoft SQL Server. Whatever you think about, it's available there, right? Another type of offering in AWS, the database services, is NoSQL databases. Nowadays, NoSQL databases are very popular. Just like MongoDB, Cassandra, we have the DynamoDB. It's another very interesting offering by AWS. In DynamoDB, it's fully managed NoSQL database service. Yeah, and you're going to see Amazon's Aurora. It's a very high performance proprietary database service provided by AWS. It's not commonly used. Yeah, it's high performance but little costly service. We'll see how it is high performing and how it is overpowering the RDS service. They are very close, but Aurora is high performing. Yeah. So whenever we need high performance databases, we don't care about the cost, then we can go for Aurora. I'll compare Aurora and RDS service in upcoming sessions. Then we have Redshift. The Redshift offering is nothing but a data warehouse service provided by AWS. And you can just see here we have Elastic Cache option. It's a in-memory caching solution. We have Neptune. It's a graph database service. So let's say you have very specific requirement of a graph service, then you should check this out. One thing that I would like to mention here when we are discussing the database services, just think about a legacy application which is running on premises. So there is a server which is hosting application, and there's a database server which is actually acting as a backend for that application. Now, at some point of time, you want to migrate those services to AWS. Then you have to think about it, like, do we have to change the schema? Do we have to change the internal structure of the application or the code? No need to worry about that. Yeah, whatever the legacy database that you are using, right, we have the offering for you. Yeah, so let's say if you are using MySQL as a backend in your application, then you can use Amazon RDS. In this, you can actually choose the MySQL engine to have the same schema, same setup in AWS. So you don't need to worry about that schema changes or maybe the database or application code changes. It's already there. I hope you are getting these offerings. We will deep dive into these all services and we'll see the working of it. Let's move to the next category. It is called as network and CDN. So when you talk about AWS, this is another category of AWS services. This is called as network capability. Very interesting idea. Like, let's say you want to create your own sanitized network within AWS infrastructure. then you can create it. It's called as VPN, Virtual Private Network. Yeah, VPN, or in AWS we call it as VPC, Virtual Private Cloud, and it's nothing but the name of the service itself. You're going to see Amazon VPC, Virtual Private Cloud. So within the AWS infrastructure, you can create your own VPC, yeah, which is in full control of you, right? So whatever you want to do, you want to set the IP ranges, you want to set the subnets, you want to set the firewall, whether you want to allow the internet access or not, it's up to you. Yeah, it's fully in your control. Yeah, so it's like Amazon VPC that supports all these things. Then we have AWS Direct Connect connection. It is for the on-premises connections, on-premises servers and the AWS. Yeah. Then we have elastic load balancing. Super interesting idea. So let's say if you are working on EC2 systems and you need to evenly distribute the workload on each of the instances that we are working with, yeah, then you use elastic load balancing. The load is balanced in all the infrastructure that you have created. Yeah. Then we have Amazon CloudFront. As I've already discussed, the CDN, right? This is Content Delivery Network of AWS, and then it is Global Accelerator. Yeah, it is Transit Gateway that we can use for our networking and CDN needs. There are a lot of different services supporting networking and the CDN. Yeah. Let's see the next interesting category. That is very interesting: security, identity, and compliance. Very important, because when an organization is relying on a third-party service provider like AWS or maybe any other, that is a very important concern for the organization, that whether my application, my data is secured out there or not. Yeah, do we have certain kind of security mechanism so that my data application is stored securely, or it is hosted securely, or do we have any kind of access control that anyone cannot come and access the data and application directly? Yeah, so for that purpose we have different services in AWS which supports this kind of requirements: the security, the identity and access management. We have the encryption kind of options here. So let's see one by one. Yeah. So when you talk about the first service, it's called as IAM service, and we are going to deal with it very soon. This is IAM service, identity and access management. As its name suggests, it's actually access the control of the users, right? It access the control, it secure the resource management as well, right? Who can do what is this like IAM, right? Whether you are allowed to do something or not as an user, right? So there are different categories of users. We'll talk about IAM service very, very soon. Yeah. Then we have WAF service. It is called as Web Application Firewall. It's a firewall specially designed for all the common threats to the web applications. It may be cross scripting, it may be SQL injection, it may be DDoS attacks, right? For all the common type of security protections for web application, we can use WAF. Yeah. Then we can have artifacts. It's the compliant report and document repository, which actually audit your infrastructure for security threats. Yeah. Then you can just see guard duty. Yeah. It's basically machine learning based service which analyze your patterns, the access patterns, your application, access patterns and everything, and try to give you the monitoring and activity detections, malicious activity detection specifically. If anything goes wrong, it can actually warn you, right? It's like guard duty, guard to your application, right? Then we have other services like config. We have KMS service, super interesting, right? Whenever we talk about the data in AWS, there are two type of encryption we can actually apply: encryption in transit, encryption at rest. So when we store the data in a server, it is called as data at rest. So we encrypt the data after storing it. Yeah, and when we actually transfer the data from one place to another place, right? It's actually called as encryption in transit. Yeah. So KMS supports key creation, a key control for that encryption mechanism, whether it is in transit or in rest. Yeah. So KMS is key management service. We'll deep dive into these kind of services. Then we have a very special service. It's called as shield service. As its name suggests, it is shield. Basically, this is used for DDoS attacks, denial of service attack, distributed denial of service attacks, right? So shield service is basically protecting your infrastructure from DDoS attacks and malicious attacks mitigations, application safeguarding. So basically there are two offerings in Shield. One is free and configured by default, but another one is called as Shield Advance, is paid service, and whenever you need very high security and compliance needs, then you can go for it. Yeah. I hope you're getting the glimpse of all the security services. We have more. These are major services in security and compliance category. Yeah. Let's see the next category, and it's also very interesting nowadays. Yeah, that is machine learning and AI services. Yes, in AWS, we have a lot of services supporting the machine learning operations and the training process and the AI services in terms of generative AI, in terms of image generation, in terms of video processing. It can be anything: text generation, image generation, lot of different services. So let's look into them one by one. First thing is SageMaker, the pioneer service of AWS in machine learning. SageMaker is a service in which you can build your machine learning models, you can train your machine learning models, you can deploy your models. So it's a one-step solution for all the machine learning needs. Yeah, you can host your data in S3, you can upload your code here in SageMaker. It supports the Jupyter Notebook kind of environment. You can train your algorithms. There are n number of pre-built algorithms that you can choose from. You can modify it based on your needs. You can train your models. You can build your models, deploy it, whatever you want to do. It's like one-step solution. All right. Then we have Lex, right? So Lex is like voice interface and text interfaces. It's just like when you give some input to the AI model, right? Let's say for an example, you are giving some prompt to do something with the AI model, right? So there are pre-trained models, right? So here you can use Lex. You can use Amazon Comprehend, right? It's basically for text analysis, summarizing and summarizing the text and everything. Yeah. Then we have Translate. Yeah. We have Translate for real-time translations. Then we have Recognition, basically for detecting objects, object detection using AI, right? So here we have Recognition. We have Amazon Poly, yeah, like we have speech, deep learning models for speech, right? It's just like Alexa and Siri. And you can see deep learning AMIs we have, right? We have one more service which probably is not listed here. It's called as Bedrock service. It's also highly promising service in AI offered by AWS. It's called as Bedrock service. It's got pre-trained models for generative AI. Bedrock is integration or a lot of pre-trained models out of the different companies. Maybe OpenAI. OpenAI is not available right now, but soon it will be available. Yeah. Then we have Anthropic. We have Amazon itself, right? We have Meta, which is collaborated with AWS for those pre-trained model usage. Yeah. We'll explore those services in upcoming sessions. It's time for an MCQ, guys. Your question is, Amazon S3 is primarily categorized under which AWS service category? To help you out, there are 4 options on the screen: database, storage, networking, or analytics. Pick the right one and drop your answer in the comments now. Here we are going to start the very first compute service in AWS, that is EC2, one of the pioneer service in AWS compute services. EC2 is such a service which can be integrated with almost all the services in AWS. So it is important to understand how EC2 works, what are the instances, what are different types of instances that we have, how we can configure those instances, everything. Let's get started. So today's session, we are going to talk about the basic idea in EC2, that is, what is EC2, and then we'll talk about different features and use cases of EC2. We'll talk about different configuration options in EC2. So let's get started here with what exactly is EC2. As I told you, EC2 is one of the pioneer compute services provided by AWS. Let's see in detail what exactly it is. So when I talk about EC2, it is Elastic Compute Cloud, EC2. Yeah. So basically it's a core service. Can you see the core service in AWS, right? Because whenever we think about any application to be deployed on the cloud, then we always think about a server. Here, EC2 will create that web server or any kind of server, but it is virtual in nature. That is what is EC2, right? So you can see AWS is provided with the scalable and computing power in the cloud. So when you talk about scalable, yeah, you can change its capacity, you can change the number of instances that we are using. We can do n number of things. We'll discuss it in upcoming sessions. Here, you can see EC2 allows users to launch virtual servers, as I have already told you. Just think about it. Let's say you have a web application. What exactly you do to deploy it? You need a server, right? And you just deploy that application on the top of that server, and server is accessible to your users or customers. Here, we are talking about virtual servers, virtual machines, instances. It is one and the same thing. Yeah, these are like alternative terms that I use here. So we always talk about virtual servers, or we also call them instances here in EC2. So instances is nothing but a virtual server which basically used to deploy the applications or maybe doing anything what we can do with a server. It can be a database server, it can be a compute server, it can be a content delivery server. So whenever we think about any type of processing, we can actually use the instances coming from EC2. That's the basic terminology, guys. You should remember this, instances, because we are going to use EC2 with almost all the services in this course. So if you understand EC2, it will be good for you in upcoming services as well. Just see, these instances can run a variety of operating systems. So we have a lot of things inside it. Just like your system, right? We have RAM, we have storage capacity, we have CPU capacity, we have networking, we have operating system on the top of it, and then we deploy our application on it, right? That exactly happens with the instances. Yeah, it is a infrastructure as a service. You should keep this in mind. It is nothing but infrastructure as a service when you are actually hiring the fundamental compute services from the AWS, and then you're doing whatever you want to do on the top of it. Yeah, so you are actually having an infrastructure, then you have all your configuration settings based on your needs. So here you can just see based on the options that we have a lot of operating systems, including Linux, we have Windows, we have Mac OS also. So what we can do, we can create any instance and we can actually install or actually choose, right, a lot of different operating systems and other configuration settings. Here in Amazon, they call it AMI. Yeah, we choose AMI actually. It's called as Amazon's machine image. It's nothing but the image of operating system which can be chosen while creating the instances. Let's say we want a Windows server, all right? So what we do, we create the instance and then we choose the AMI corresponds to the Windows operating system. Yeah, we have different flavors of Windows operating system as well. I'll show you in the hands-on session, right? And then we can put on the top of instance. So we are ready with the instance, and along with that we have operating system, which we can get out of this AMI. This is very, very important thing that we talk about. All right. So I hope you're getting the idea that what exactly is EC2. Now let's move ahead and let's discuss a couple of important features of EC2. Yeah, we should know it while working with the EC2 and its instances. All right. So let's get started with the very first thing that we have already mentioned in the earlier slide, that is nothing but a virtual server. So can you see here we talk about virtual server. So whenever we need a server and we want to deploy any application, maybe database, maybe anything, yeah. So we can use the EC2. So you can just see that EC2 allow launching virtual servers on demand. Yeah, it's very interesting. Now, here the next property is scalability. EC2 has got the scalability, yeah, in terms of EC2 instances. Here we talk about two type of scaling. Sometimes we use horizontal scaling, sometimes we use vertical scaling. All right. So when I talk about vertical scaling, basically it supports both the type of scaling when it comes to EC2. But as per the needs, we have to choose. All right. So when I talk about the vertical scaling, yeah, we actually increase the number of instances. Let's say for an example, I am running my application on the top of 10 instances. And at any point of time, I felt like the application is lagging in performance. So we can add more instances in that. So let's say from 10, now I am 15. All right. So we can serve more customers without any lag, without any latency. We can also go for another type of scaling in which we have a small instance and then we scale it and choose a bigger instance in terms of capacity, in terms of processing capacity, in terms of storage capacity, in terms of RAM, everything. We can actually choose a big here instance which can serve more customers and more people without any lag. So scalability is also one of the very important aspects in EC2. We have a lot of things. We call them ASG, right? Auto scaling group. We will see it in upcoming sessions that using ASG, we can in fact automatically scale up and scale down based on the different parameters, based on CPU performance, utilization of the memory. There are different parameters which can be monitored. Now, the next property that I am talking about is cost flexibility. Definitely, when we are running a lot of EC2 instances, we need to take care about the cost. We need to understand, right, how server is costing us. Yeah. So, like for an example, if we are having a very big instance and it is not actually utilized that much, so we can shrink that and actually choose a smaller instance that will save a lot of cost. Such kind of actions we can do in EC2. Yeah. We can basically choose the different configuration options based on our needs. We can scale up, scale down. We can choose the cost flexibility here. I also like to mention here, we can save a lot of cost, while choosing the perfect instance type. We have a lot of instance types here. We think about on demand, we have reserved instances, we have capacity, right? Lot of different types. Okay, we can actually choose the perfect combination of the EC2 configuration and the type of instance, which will save a lot of cost. So the nutshell, the key point here that should be noted here, the EC2 systems, right, will allow us to do a lot of configurations using which we can save a lot of money, all right, while working with it. Next property, as I can see that it is instance type. I have already told you that a lot of different types of instances we have. We have compute optimized instances, we have memory optimized instances, we have storage optimized instances. Based on our need, yeah, we have to choose one of the type of instances, right? We also have the different purchasing options like on demand, reserved instances. We have capacity planning, a lot of different type. We'll discuss it in upcoming sessions. So basically, instance type provide us the right choice of the server. Yeah, let's say I have an application which demands very large memory in terms of RAM because it has to process a lot of data inside it. Let's say just think about any big data application. Yeah, it requires to process a lot of data. In that case, I need more RAM. All right. So I have to choose the instance type which provide me the bigger RAM, and then I can actually use that instance to work with the application. All right. Okay. So we have range of the instance types here, right, and different cases it will suit. All right. Next property is elasticity. Elasticity and scalability are like complementary to each other. You can see here, EC2 can automatically adjust the resources based on demand. This is important to note that here in EC2 instances, we have ASG. It's called as auto scaling group. So here we have certain rules, right, on the basis of which the EC2 can actually do scaling out and scaling in automatically. Yeah, we call that ASG, auto scaling group, right? We will see it in upcoming session here. Then next property is actually security. EC2 have different configuration options in terms of security, because you are running your sensitive business application on EC2, you are hosting your business critical databases on EC2. So always you are doing something which requires some security mechanism to be applied. So here EC2 apply security groups. We can use a lot of different options here, which we can secure the EC2 instances from the unauthorized access, from data vulnerabilities, right? We can actually control inbound and outbound traffics using security groups. We have a lot of different options here. So you can see EC2 ensures the secure access with isolation and different configuration settings. We can choose a lot of options here in terms of security and privacy. So I hope you're getting all these features of EC2, which makes it so popular in industry that it is used in almost all the application and also in combination with the other services. Like there are a lot of popular combinations like EC2, S3, then EC2, RDS, a lot of different combinations of services which you can use. So it is pretty important service, guys, right? We have to understand EC2 in real details. Yeah. In terms of conceptual ideas in EC2, as well as we need to understand how practically we can work with the EC2. Want to go beyond the basics? At Tech Vidwan, we offer expert-led, job-ready AWS courses. Learn from industry professionals and start your career today. Find the link in the description. Let's move ahead and let's see what exactly we have in the next set, right? Here we have use cases of EC2. I want to show you that how different use cases actually requires EC2 support, right? What kind of different areas, what kind of different domains in which we can actually use EC2. Yeah, you should know this because then only you can actually utilize the full potential of EC2 service. All right. So let's get started here and let's talk about it one by one. So the first thing that I would like to talk about is web hosting. It's the simplest task, right? What exactly you have? You have a web application and then you want to deploy it so that your customers, your viewers can visit that website and web application and then can use it, all right? So you can just see here, web hosting is one of the greatest use cases of EC2, all right? Where it can be applicable. What are the applications of EC2, all right? So here you can see you can use the EC2 for web application, for websites, for blogging. A lot of different applications can be hosted here. Then database hosting. Second important use case in EC2. Yeah, we can use EC2 instances as a virtual server, yeah, so that we can actually deploy our databases on it. We want to host a database. That means it's a backend kind of application, backend kind of a service. All right. So here, can you see EC2 instances can be used here. Scalable solutions can be used. Reliable solutions can be adopted here using EC2, and we can deploy database so that it can be hosted, all right, or it can be accessible from other applications or from the direct users, all right. Then the next thing that I would like to discuss is content delivery. So when I talk about content delivery, it's a kind of streaming web application. You just think about YouTube, think about Netflix, they are streaming applications, all right. So here we want to deliver the content, yeah, without any latency, without any delay. So we can use the potential of EC2 instances to do such a task, all right. So here, can you see you can do the content delivery network I mean, you can use content delivery network CDN. You can actually broadcast static content, or maybe if your use case is such, then you can also use a dynamic content. You can do live settings. I want to give you a very simple example so that you can understand what exactly is content delivery. Just think about, you are actually creating a web application in which share or stocks are analyzed. So they need real-time data. I mean, when the market is running, definitely there is a change in stock prices, the analysis is up and down, a lot of things that we can do here. In that case, you need dynamic content. I mean, you need to actually do a kind of streaming, of the data getting from the stock market, and you want to analyze it on your application. All right. So this is simple example of content delivery. All right. Here, the next use case that we can discuss is HPC, high performance computing. High performance computing. So, itself name suggests you that it is actually require a lot of processing capacity, right? High performance computing. Yeah. So you can just see, when you do scientific research, when you want to analyze lot of data, yeah, when you want to do some kind of simulation, then you need very large uh, capacity systems, right, in which we can process the things. Just think about gaming applications as well, right? So we need a lot of processing capacity, because a lot of data is being processed, in microseconds. All right. So EC2 also actually allow you to do high performance computing if your use case required it. Yeah. Then we can think about machine learning and AI applications. Definitely, it also need processing capacity. Machine learning models, right? If you're training a machine learning model, let's say there's a random forest model that you're training with your data. Definitely, you need processing, right? So in terms of processing, yeah, in requirement of processing, you can use EC2 instances, and you can directly deploy your models. You can train your model, test it, and a lot of things. So here, machine learning models can be trained, AI workloads can be useful, and GPU support. What is that GPU, by the way? Yeah, GPU is graphical processing unit. Normally we see GPUs in gaming systems, right? But nowadays GPUs are everywhere, because the capacity of GPU is very high in terms of processing, right? So when we need to train very complex machine learning models or AI LLMs and everything, then we might need GPU support, which is there with EC2. All right. Then we can think about application development and testing. So we can use EC2 systems as normal systems, which can be used for development of applications, which can be used for software development, which can be used for testing purposes. Let's say we have an application which we have deployed, or I should say developed, and I want to test it, how it will behave in different platforms. So I can use multiple EC2 instances, in configuration with different platforms, and I can use those applications and test it. All right. There are a lot of different ideas that we can use EC2 systems. You can just see, development environment can be created inside that, test environment, deployments, everything is possible. Yeah. Then we talk about the last but not the least, data processing. Yeah. So we can use EC2 systems in terms of data processing. We have analytics application, data transformation, right, batch processing. So the key takeaway here, which I want to discuss with you, right, is whenever we think about EC2 systems, right, we think about a lot of different use cases where processing is the key, where you need some system which can process the data, maybe can host the application, maybe can host the databases. So in terms of these kind of requirements, we can use EC2. All right. Now, here I want to discuss that what exactly we can do in EC2 while using it. We have understood that EC2 is super useful in terms of any kind of applications. All right. But what exactly we can do inside that? So let me just tell you, as we have a normal system, like maybe a laptop or maybe system, we can configure everything, right? We can have as much RAM you want just supported. Then we have processing in terms of processor capacity. We have storage capacity in terms of SSDs or maybe HDDs. Yeah. Here also the same idea. We can configure n number of different things here in EC2 instances based on our needs. I want to discuss this at a primary level, then we will deep dive into these settings. All right. So when I talk about the EC2 instances, we can actually choose operating system. Yeah. So like whatever we require, like maybe Linux is requirement, maybe Windows, maybe Mac OS, I can use it. Then in terms of compute power, right, we can use different class of EC2 instances, right. We'll talk about it in the upcoming lesson. Like for example, I use T2 micro, all right. I will be using it for most of the cases here. So T2 micro is a class of EC2 instances which I am using as per my need of CPU, all right. Here we talk about virtual CPUs, okay, vCPU. We call them vCPU. It's not real, right? It is virtual. So that is why virtual CPUs, right? We also talk about VRAM. Yeah, it's a virtual RAM. So we can actually configure the RAM based on our needs. Let's say, for an example, I need high RAM, memory optimized, right? So in terms of RAM, I can choose anything. So the idea here, what I'm doing here, I'm actually creating my instance on these configuration settings based on my needs, right? I can actually choose the storage space which I want, right? Whether I want a network attached storage or whether I need hardware attached storage, yeah, what exactly I want, right? We'll discuss all these things in detail in upcoming sessions. But here you will get an idea that as like to the normal system or maybe laptop, we can configure everything in the virtual systems, right? Here we can have network card. Yeah, speed of the card is important, right? Whether it is having a public IP address or maybe private IP address, what exactly you need, right? Then we have firewall rules in terms of security groups, right? We have bootstrap scripts. Bootstrap scripts are such commands which run when any system boot or run very first time, right? So it's not some programming. Don't worry about that. It's just some Linux command that I will be using here. That's called as EC2 user data. So the simple idea is I want to run some commands when the EC2 instance is booting. That's it, right? We'll be using it in the hands-on part. But I hope you're getting the idea that we have a lot of different configuration settings that we can actually choose from, yeah, to make our EC2 instances useful for our requirement. Yeah, in terms of our requirement, I need these configuration settings. Yeah. So everything is customizable, right? You can see everything is possible to be customized here, right? It's time for an MCQ, guys. Your question is, what is EC2 in AWS? To help you out, there are 4 options on the screen: a storage service, a compute service, a network service, or a security service. Pick the right one. Drop your answers in the comments now. Today, we are going to talk about EC2 instances. As we have seen in the previous lesson that how we can deal with the EC2. Yeah, it's a compute service provided by AWS. Let's get started by the EC2 instance. Let's see how to create our first instance. And we simply launch a tiny web server on EC2 and then we'll make such configuration so that it can be accessible from any web browser window. So let's get started here. You can see I'm in my AWS console. So let's go into this EC2 service. If you don't see in this recently visited, then you can directly search it like this, EC2, right? So let's go into EC2 service. Here we are going to launch a virtual server, yeah, and let's see all those settings. This demo can be little big, but we will see each and every setting in EC2 in detail. Let's see this. So you can see here we have a lot of things on this EC2 dashboard. So you can see here we have instances, yeah, we have auto scaling group. We will see all these things in upcoming sessions. Then you can see key pair, dedicated host, elastic IPs, instances. So this is like a summary where we see everything. Yeah. one thing that you should understand here, instances can have different states. It can be in running state, it can be in stop state. Yeah. So I will tell you what's the difference here when we create it. All right. And here we have security groups. So we have 34 security groups right now. The numbers can change for you. Doesn't matter. This is my console. So that is why you see 34 security groups here. And you can also see the volumes, EBS volumes. We will also see this in the upcoming sessions. All right. So here we have lot of options, but let's get started with the instance, simple instance. Let's go into this instances running. So right now, no instance is running. Can you see? No match instance found. So right now, there are instances, but they are in different state. So if we just cancel this filter, let's clear this. You can just see here we have couple of instances, but they are actually not running. They are in stop state. One thing that you should note here, as I have given you an idea about free tier limits, EC2 has got 750 hours of limit per month. So here, if you have 5 instances, the total of running time of those 5 instances will be contributing in that limit. All right. So make sure that you terminate or you stop the instances what you do not need. All right. So we will see all these things here in detail. Don't worry. Here you can just see the state part. Let's look into some of the things here, some of the options. So once you check the instance state, there are 5 instance states. I would like to discuss all those 5 because this will help you to manage your EC2 instances effectively. All right. So when I talk about the start instance, this is something that you already have instance or you have just created an instance and you want to execute it, you want to run it, you want to start it. And in that case, your virtual server will be ready to host anything, maybe any application, maybe any web server like this in our demo. All right. And here, can you see stop instance? This stop instance is actually pausing your instance. Like for an example, the instance is not needed. All right. Then we can do the stop instance, right? We can stop the instance for a while. And one thing that you should note, whenever you stop the instance, you can start it again. No problem with that. But there is one more option, that is terminate the instance. And you're going to see here we have delete instance. So whenever you talk about the terminate instance, you are permanently deleting the instance. Yeah, you will not be able to recover it back. You have to create a new one if you want such instance. So this is something that you should note. Stop instance is always done when the instance is like you want to pause that instance for some time and you want to start it in future. But when you terminate any instance, that means you don't want that instance, you don't need that instance anymore, right? And then you are deleting that instance permanently, you will not be able to recover it. Such things are really very important. And reboot instance is just like restart your system, right? So here, when you want to, restart your virtual server, then you choose this option, reboot instance. This is important when you install any Linux package or something like this where instance restart is required. Then you can choose this reboot instance. So this is the way you can actually deal with all these instances. This hibernate instance is a sleeping state of the instance, right? This is not required at this point. So we will talk about these 4 in this demo. Let's see. So right now you can see any instance is not running. That means it is not actually counted in the service meter. All right. All the things are stopped. But I can start it. I can choose this. Yeah, I can choose any server, like say my first server, and I go to this instance and I can start it. And you can see based on the current state of the instance, you will see the options here. So right now the instance state is stopped. From this point, you can either start the instance. Let's say you want to restart it once again. Then you can also terminate it. Let's say you don't want that instance, then you can terminate that or delete this. This is something that you should understand. All right. So here, I don't want any instance to run again. Yeah. So I will create my new instance because I want to give you the all details of the instance configuration, what things that you should choose. There are some options which are little advanced. We will be discussing it as we progress in our course. All right, but let's see the overall idea in instance creation. So here you can just see we have an option of launch instance. Here, this will allow you to create a new instance and then play with it. Let's launch it. Don't forget, if you want a free certification that can take your resume to the next level, comment below. Yes, I want free certification. Just check this. So the very first thing that we have to do before launching it, we have to name it, right? So you can name anything here. So let's say I say DataFlair server. All right. This is some name I have given. You can give any name relevant to your use case. Then moving ahead, next thing is very, very important. Just check. It is application and OS images. Basically, it is AMI that we are talking about. AMI is Amazon's machine image. Basically, this machine image is all about operating system. So Amazon actually allow you to choose from any operating system image which are already pre-configured. You just have to choose the operating system, and if you want any specific version of it, you can definitely choose it. Yeah. Mostly in our course, we'll be working with Amazon Linux. Linux is open source operating system that we will be using. But you can also choose anyone else, right? You can see Mac OS, you can see Ubuntu option, Windows, we have a couple of options here. Yeah. You can have Reddit. Based on your needs, you can actually work with it. So the whole idea is what operating system you want in your instance. That is what is all about AMI. All right. And one more thing that I would like to tell you, not all the versions are available in free tier. You need enterprise level accounts for those high level operating system. But for practice purpose at cloud practitioner level, the Amazon Linux option is best one. Yeah, and is also available freely. So you can see when I choose this option, Amazon Linux, you can see the free tier eligible option here, and you can see the images like Amazon Linux 2023 AMI. We have a couple of more options, but can you see in Linux also, although it is open source, but still there are a couple of versions of Linux. You can see here deep learning OSS NVIDIA, deep learning OSS NVIDIA driver, deep learning, and a lot of Amazon Linux 2 LTS with SQL Server standard. They are not free tier eligible. Only these options like Amazon Linux 2023, and you can see Linux 2. This is the older version, by the way. Yeah, and we have a couple of more like this one, .NET 6. So we have only these versions of Linux available for this. But trust me on that. I mean, this is enough for the practice at this level. All right. So most of the time we will be choosing this free tier eligible Amazon Linux 2023 AMI because this is the latest one. It has got everything. Okay, so let's choose this. One more thing that I would like to add here, although this is something which is little advanced level, but you can create your own AMIs, and you can also sell it in the marketplace of Amazon. This is also possible. All right, but this is something which is the next level. Now you can see based on my use case, I have just chosen the Amazon machine image AMI, that is Linux 2023 AMI that I have chosen, and you can also see more details about that version, and you can see it is 64-bit version of Linux, and you can see AMI ID. This is a unique ID provided by the Amazon, and here the default user EC2-user. All right, so this is something that we have got. This is about AMI. We have such settings here which are important. Now next thing that we have to choose is instance type. Very, very important. Although we will deep dive into these instance type and we will understand how we can actually choose the appropriate instance. But here we have classes like compute optimized, memory optimized, general purpose instance types. So based on our need, we can actually choose any instance type. So how do we actually choose it? So I would like to give you an idea here. when we compare the instance type. So if you see, instance type comparison, you will see all those instance type. There are so many. You can just see 838. This number can change by the time. I mean, it keeps on updating on that. All right. But one thing that you should understand here, the all instance types are basically have a difference in terms of virtual CPUs, number of virtual CPUs, memory in gigabytes, storage, and other performance ideas like network performance, storage performance, like this. But primarily, we actually differentiate them in terms of virtual CPUs. So can you see here, when we have T1 micro, it has got only one virtual CPU, right? And you can see here memory, that is RAM basically. It has got only 1 GB of RAM. You can also see T2 micro, T3, and you can just see the sizes. If you remember in the theoretical session, I told you about that. How do you actually have these nomenclature? Let's say it is T2 dot X large. That means T is the class of instance, T class instance, general purpose instance, and 2 is the hardware generation. Then after dot we have size of the instance, and you can just see when you move into these sizes, right, you will see there are more number of virtual CPUs in that. So if you just see here, T2 large, has got 2 virtual CPUs, but T2 X large is having 4 number of CPUs, and the RAM is also increased. So primarily the difference is in between number of virtual CPUs and the RAM that we need. Definitely that depends on the performance requirement that you have, right? Let's say more virtual CPUs, more performance, more RAM, more data can be accommodated in RAM, like this. And you can see here is a whole list of available options. Definitely you have to choose based on your needs. But right now in this demo, we'll be choosing T2 micro, and most of the demos in our course, right, will be using this T2 micro because this is the best one. We have 1 virtual CPU and we have 1 gigabytes of RAM. That's good enough for us, and I think you can go with this, right? Okay, we can select this instance type right now. Let's select it. So you can just see here, it is also free tier eligible. As I told you, not all the things are available in free tier account. So as the instance type, right? So we have few instance types available in free tier eligible accounts. So that is good enough for our practice, by the way. Then the next thing is key pair login. This is very, very important. Whenever you actually need any kind of SSH access, like secured shell connection, simply what we call it as remote access, right? Let's say you want to remotely access this particular instance. So we can use this key pair, So what we'll do, we'll create a new key pair, but we'll be using it in another demo. Let's do it. So right now I can choose anyone if I have, but right now I will be creating it because I want to show you that option. So let's create a new key value pair. Okay. And basically this is going to allow us to get access into our EC2 instance. That is what we need. All right. So let's create a new key value pair, and it is completely encrypted, guys. Okay. So you can see key pair name. So let's name it like demo key DataFlair. All right. And you can see we have 2 options, RSA key or ED255 key. So RSA is good. And we also have file format. This is something very interesting, guys. Just take a look here. Here we have 2 options, .pem file and .ppk. Let me just tell you, we are trying to download the public and private key. You might be knowing about this idea. Basically, this is encryption key. All right. So here we have 2 options, .ppk. In the file, we will download all these things, and .pem file. We'll be choosing PM because PPK is an older version. I mean, we have PuTTY software using which we do SSH, but right now we have OpenSSH. Using any command line interface, you can actually get that access. So PM is a good option, right? Nowadays we go for PM, but let's say if you have very specific requirement, you can go for .ppk as well. All right. So let's create a pair, and you will see that is downloaded here in our local system. Can you see demo key dataflair.pem is downloaded? Yeah, it's completely encrypted, right? You will not be able to see anything here, but it has got all credential settings that we will need. We'll be using it in upcoming sessions. Now, moving ahead with this network settings. Okay, as I told you, while creating the EC2 instances, we have to do a lot of things. Yeah, we have to configure the AMI, we have to configure the storage, we have to configure the network. So in this step, right, we are going to configure the network settings. Although we will deep dive into this network settings in a different module where we will be dealing with all the network related things or network related offerings in AWS. But right now we have to choose something, and you can just see here the network settings can be edited here. Let's click on edit, and you will see the VPC. It's actually a virtual private cloud. It's your sanitized network, private network within AWS environment. So let me just tell you what happens when you create the AWS free tier account. Then a default VPC is associated with your account always. All right. So here, when you talk about this VPC is actually your own VPC in your account. So that is why it is said it is default, but you can create your own as well, that we will see in the networking part of our course. All right. So here, you can also prefer the subnet. Subnet is a part of VPC. We will see the entire structure of it. You can also have a public IP. So right now I want public IP. So that is why I am enabling it. Auto assign public IP. Since if you remember, in our demo, we are going to launch a tiny web server. So here, we need a public IP. Otherwise, how we would be able to connect that server? Okay. So I want that. If you don't want it, you can disable it. But right now, I want a public IP using which I can connect to this. Okay. And you can see the message, additional charges will apply when outside of free tier launch. Yeah. So please keep within that limits only. And here, very, very important thing, security groups. Although in the next session, we are going to talk about the security group, yeah, in detail. But at a primary level, the security group is acting as a firewall, which controls incoming and outgoing traffic into that EC2 instance. Like, let's say, for an example, there is some request going in your EC2 instance. That is something what we call as inbound traffic. And let's say your instance is connecting to private or public internet. That is outbound connection that we are trying to have. So here in this security group, we have to define those rules, that what exactly you want. Whether you want that EC2 instance to connect to public internet, and whether you want or you are going to allow anyone in public internet to connect to your instance. That is what we simply do in security group. It is acting as a firewall. So here we will create a new security group, or we can also have the existing security group, doesn't matter. So right now I want to do it. That is why I'm going to create a security group here. Although you can also create the security group separately and you can select it, no problem. It's your choice, right? Right, there are 2 points here. First, you can create the security group right now, or you can additionally create the security group and add it. It's your choice then, right? So here you can just see the name of security group is Launch Wizard 14. So I'm going to change it. This is the default name. So let's call it like SG underscore. SG stands for security group. Just make it like this, and I will do it like this. All right, makes sense. SG DataFlair. So that at any point of time we want to change anything, then we can do it inside that. All right. So here the description is okay. Now this is something very, very important, because in security group we have to define some rules. What do you want to allow? What you don't want to allow? Let me just tell you that, although we will deep dive into that concept, but everything is denied in security group. Yeah. So whatever you do, you have to explicitly allow it. Like for an example, you want to allow HTTP connection, then you have to explicitly allow HTTP connection. Or let's say you want to allow HTTPS connection, then you have to explicitly allow HTTPS connection. Otherwise, it will be by default denied. Let's see this. So this is the very first rule that we have, and in this rule you can see SSH. This is actually secured shell connection. This is just a remote connection to your instance. So you want it to be allowed, all right. So here you can see SSH, protocol is automatically selected, port range, default port range, and you can see the source type. This is very important. Whether you want anyone to do SSH into your instance, or you want a very specific IAM user, or maybe specific instance, yeah, or specific IP address to access your instance. So you can choose anything here. You can see custom, my IP, something like this, right? So I want anywhere right now. So whenever you see the source like this 0.0.0.0/0, always think about any IPv4 address in the world. Yeah, this CIDR block, we will understand this CIDR. CIDR is called as classless interdomain routing. This is the way to address the network components, all right. Then always think about is all IP addresses whenever you see 0.0.0.0/0, all right. And this is one rule, right? We can add rules here, okay. So let's add a security group rule, and you can see one more rule, because I want HTTP here, because I want to access this particular web server which I am going to create from outside AWS, right? So I need HTTP allowed on this instance, all right. So here we have type, and you will see we have a lot of different ideas here, like custom TCP, UDP, all TCP, all UDP, right? SSH, yeah. Then you can see HTTP, POP3. These are all options available. Definitely based on your needs, you can actually choose one. But right now, I'm going to choose HTTP here, and we can add more rules. Doesn't matter. And you can see here, I'm allowing anywhere. That means anyone with any IP address, right, can actually send HTTP connection to this instance which I'm going to create. All right, this is something that I want. So this is about security group, although we'll play with it in upcoming sessions. Now it's time to configure our storage. Very, very important. So here, what do you exactly want? You want a storage, right? You want a storage. So here we have a couple of options in EC2 in terms of storage. We will discuss this in upcoming session. But right now, I have the root volume only, which is not encrypted, of 8 gigabytes. And you can see the type is GP2, so GP3, and GP2 is the older version, IO1, IO2. These are the options that we have, okay. Right now, we will select GP3 only, because I know in upcoming sessions, we will understand what's the difference between general purpose SSDs and provision IOPS. We will discuss this in detail. All right. So right now, let's go with the default setting, and here we are. You can see file system also. We can add a file system to this. We'll also see that in upcoming part. All right. And you can also see a complete section of advanced details. Yeah. So in advanced detail, we have a lot of settings, but we don't want to do everything right now, because that will be very complicated then. And we don't need those details at this cloud practitioner level. Trust me on that, guys, okay? And I want to tell you one thing here in advanced setting that we will be using, okay? So you can see there are a lot of things here, yeah? Shutdown behavior, domain join directory, IAM instance profile. There are a lot of settings here. But when you scroll down at the end, you will see one important setting, that is user data, which is optional, by the way, but we'll be using it because this is something very interesting. See, here user data is nothing but some Linux command that I want to execute while my instance is starting. No, there are two options. Like, let's say instance is started. Now we are running some commands. That's okay. We can choose that option, no problem. But right now with the user data, whenever you start your instance, then those commands which are necessary, which are nothing but related to our use case, I want that commands to execute, to run that command at the time when the instance is starting. So we don't have to do it again and again. That is what is the benefit here. So what I'm going to do, as I've already told you, in this demonstration, we'll be launching a very small, tiny server, web server, which will respond to us when we want to ping on that. Yeah. So I will have some user data. Don't worry, right? You will not be able to understand the whole user data right now, but these are simple Linux commands that I'm going to execute. Okay, and you don't need to actually do it. I will be sharing this user data, or you can also find this user data in Amazon's official documents. No problem. I have just got it from there. All right. So let's go and let's check out the user data. And let me just show you this first, and then probably we can understand what is there. Yeah, here it is. Let me just copy this and I will paste it there and I'll explain you. Just check this. So these hashes are comments. So don't worry about this. These are like comments. And can you see here we have sudo su. So basically in Linux, we have to actually elevate our rights because we want to install anything here. Yeah. So su is a system user, by the way. So we just have to elevate our rights, to the system user. That is what we do in sudo su. Yeah. We just, get the admin privileges. Then we have to install the HTTPD, which is nothing but a tiny web server. All right. So what I'm doing, I'm just updating the yum. Yeah, yum is the way you actually install anything in Linux. You just install the HTTP x86-64. Yeah, and then you can just see we are starting this service, we are enabling this service, and I'm just responding with this echo message. Echo, hi, I am hosted on EC2 from the private IP. I'm just trying to show the private IP address of this. One thing that I would show you in this demo, that there are two IP addresses in instance. One is like public IP address and private IP address. I'll show you the difference here. Don't worry. Okay, but let's do it. And this is going to be index.html where I'm going to save all these things. All right. So no need to deep dive into this user data. It has got some Linux commands here, right? It's just an example. You can create your own. All right. So here, something that I have already imported. This is going to help us because we don't have to actually install these things again and again when we start that service. Okay. And you will see finally at the end, you can also see the summary, right? Can you see? Number of instances are only one. Software AMI is Amazon Linux 23. You can just see virtual server type is T2 micro, and you can just see new security group is added. Yeah, and storage 8 gigabytes of volume. And we can launch this instance, and you can also see the message here. Free tier in your first year includes 750 hours of T2 micro. Yeah, and instance usage on AMI per month. That is something that you should understand. Let's launch it. It will take few seconds, guys, to launch this EC2 instance. If you ever need personalized guidance, extra help, or career counseling, just call the number on your screen. I'm here to support your success. Don't hesitate to reach out. And then we will be connecting to it. And you can just see that successfully initiated the launch of instances. Now, let's go to the instance tab again and just check out, do we have, let's refresh it. Do we have that instance here listed? Yes. Can you just see this? Yeah. Let me just delete this because I don't need that instance anymore. Yeah, let's refresh. Can you just see, this is the server which I have created. Check this. Yeah. This is DataFlair server, and you can just see it is running state because I have started it, I have launched it. Okay. And you can just see still the status is initializing. So we have to wait for a few seconds so that, we got this running, and then we can access it, right? We can refresh because this is terminated. Let's run it. Yeah. So we can also filter them with the state. Let's say I want to see only running state instances. I can choose this. So I have only one server which is in running state. Can you see that? The status check is still initializing. You can see some details here. Can you see? Here the AZ availability zone in which this instance is placed is US East 1B. There are 6 AZs here in this North Virginia region in which we are working in, and you can see here DNS. Here we have the public IP address using which we will be accessing this server. Okay, and you can see IPv6, elastic IP. We'll talk about all these things in detail. Don't worry. Security group attached, SD, DataFlair, demo key data, and here we have the platform or Linux, everything, right? So still in initializing state, so we have to wait for some seconds here, then probably our instance will be up and running. Now, this was just a glimpse of the details, right? When you go inside this instance, can you see instance ID is actually allocated. Let's go inside this instance. So you will see n number of different details. Just see instance ID, then you have a public IP address, we have private IP address here, yeah, instance state is running, and you can see elastic IP. I have not allocated any elastic IP right now. Yeah, I'll talk about elastic IP in upcoming sessions. And here we have subnet, here we have VPC. Yeah, you can also see IAM role if you have attached any here. Yeah, and then you can see we have a lot of details here, details, status and alarm. Yeah, you can see the monitoring tab here. Yeah, it will monitor everything like CPU utilization, networks. Right now we have just started, that is why no data to show. Then security here. I want everyone to explore these tabs, guys. This will be really very useful. All right. So when you see security group is attached here, and the rules, inbound rules and outbound rules. So you can see inbound here. You can see there are two rules which are allowed here. Yeah, and inherited from this security group. Right. This is something. And here, when you see the outbound rule, everything is allowed on all protocols from any destination. Everything is allowed. Right. And you also have networking settings. We will deep dive into that. Storage settings. Let's say if you have multiple volumes, EBS volumes, then you can see this here. And right now I have only one volume attached with this server. All right. A lot of things you can actually see here. All right. Now, let's get started and let's try to connect to this web server that we have just created, and let's see whether we are getting the response from it or not. Yeah. So let's copy this public IPv4 address because that is something that I need. Okay. I don't need private IP address because private IP address is for internal AWS communication, private network IP, right? Public IP address is something which I need when I want to access this instance from public internet. Okay. So I've just copied this, and I always advise my learners to check this in a incognito window because here we are logged in with the root user, right? So I don't want that again. So let's open a new incognito window. Can you see that here? And I will be pasting this IP address which I have just copied from the instance, and I will add HTTP // right here. If you remember, in our security group only HTTP was allowed, not HTTPS. If you want, you can allow it, but right now we have not allowed it. So that is why I just place HTTP. Make sure it is HTTP because in all latest versions of browsers they add HTTPS by default. So make sure that it is HTTP. So once you hit on that, so continue to the site. I mean, this is just a security warning. That's okay. And can you just see the output here? My server is responding, guys. Can you see? Hi, I am hosted on EC2 from private IP. This, right? Can you see the private IP? 81.157. Yeah, 172.31.81.157. And just check this instance, right? Can you check the private IP of this instance? 172.31.81.157, and this is something that we are getting from the response. Can you just see this? In fact, you can also try this anytime if your server is running. Right now, after this demo, I will be terminating this. You will not be able to access this, but you can do one thing. I mean, you can also do this experiment with your friends. What you can do, you just launch your web server like this, the one that we have created right now and launched it, and just share this public IP with your friends and ask them to access and try to access this web server, and take the feedbacks from them, right, whether they are accessing this website or not. I mean, this message they are getting or not, because we have not done anything fancy here. You will not be able to see the whole website, but I hope you are getting the response from the web server. That is what we wanted. All right, just play with this right now. Just share this public IP with your friends, ask them to access this and keep this instance running, otherwise they will not be able to access that. Okay, so just ask them and ask them whether they are getting this response or not. Yeah, this response may be different for you, because but you should understand that the private IP should be matching with the private IP of the instance, because this instance is actually hosting the web server and the response is actually coming from this web server. All right, and this is a proof of it. You can see the public, when you access the public IP address, you are getting the response from a private IP address. All right, so my server is running, and you can see here we have launched the first EC2 instance, and we have seen a couple of configuration settings here, and that's it for this demonstration, guys. I hope you enjoyed it, although it was a bit long demo, but it has to be like this. All right, so you can do it at your own pace, guys. I mean, don't be in hurry to do this. Okay, please do it at your own pace, no problem. It's time for an MCQ, guys. Your question is, what is the primary service provided by EC2 in AWS? To help you out, there are 4 options on the screen: storage, compute, database, or networking. Pick the right one and drop your answer in the comments now. Today, we are going to talk about the different types of instances. So, if you remember in the previous demo session that we have seen how to create an instance, how to run it, how to host a simple web server on EC2 which can be accessible from outside the world. So, here this is important to understand that what are different types of instances available in EC2, so that we can choose a perfect one for our application or for our requirements. So, let's discuss what are different instance types and what are their different characteristics, all right, so that we can choose the right one. So, let's get started and let's see what is the agenda of this video. You can just see the agenda for this video is overview of different EC2 instances available. Then we'll talk about the difference in between different types of instances and supported classes of the instances. Let's discuss it in real details. All right, so let's get started with the first part as the instance types. We need to understand that why we exactly have different types of instances. What is the exact need of it? Yeah, so let's see that Amazon EC2 is a service which can be useful for like all the type of servers. That when I talk about server, then we need to do n number of things, right? So first thing that we talk about is elastic compute cloud. Yeah, and here we have different types of instances designed for different workloads. This is the most important part in this particular slide. Yeah, different workload. Yeah, whenever we use EC2 instances, right, based on our workload, based on our application, we should choose the appropriate instance type. Sometimes the application requires more storage. Sometimes application require more computing capacity. So we have to understand what is the exact requirement, how we can make the choice better and better. Yeah. So we need to understand that what are different types of workload first, and then we need to understand how the workloads can be handled with the different types of instances. Let's see. Here we have different types like general purpose computing, like which is a balance of everything, right? It has got good storage, CPU is also optimized, then we have RAM, everything is balanced, right? But we can also have some specialized tasks like machine learning, yeah, data analytics, which require a little bit more of kind of resources. Yeah. So here, machine learning, data analytics, right, HPC, high performance computing, need a different type of platform. Yeah, in terms of RAM, in terms of storage, CPU power, everything. All right. So it's very important to choose the right instance type. Okay, it is crucial for the application performance, guys, right? Because if let's say, for an example, if I have an application which require a lot of CPU processing capacity, and I have not chosen such an instance, so definitely the application will not perform well. Yeah, and probably the business will affect. Yeah, maybe the consumers will have the bad impact, which impact in terms of business losses, maybe anything else. All right. So here it is crucial to understand the requirement and the corresponding performance. All right. Here, by understanding the families and instance types, right? So we have different instance type and different classes. It's called as instance family. All right. Then you can actually tailor your own EC2 deployment to suit for your applications, or maybe any other task that you have. So the overall idea is to choose the right instance, all right, so that you don't have the lag, you don't have the performance implications in your application. All right, your server is performing good. If you are serious about becoming an AWS expert and want 100% job placement support, TechWith1 offers industry-ready courses at affordable price. Learn from experts, gain real-world experience, and start your career journey now. Let's see what different types of instance types we have. Right? I highly recommend to see the details of the instance type in the documentation also. Amazon always give us a good documentation, so I prefer to visit this web page for more details. Right, so I advise you to please check it out. Okay. Now let's talk about the different types of instance types that we have. All right. So let's first talk about the general purpose. So in this slide, right, I am just trying to give you overview of these types. Then we will pick up one at a time. We'll understand different characteristics, the supported classes, everything we'll discuss, and then we will move ahead. All right. First thing is general purpose. As I've already told you, general purpose is for general tasks, right? It is a balance of everything. One more thing that I would like to mention here. Whenever we talk about the general purpose, right, definitely it is going to have a lower cost as compared to any other specialized EC2 instance types. All right. The general purpose is a good balance of performance as well as the cost. All right. Because when we need high capacity, we have to pay a little more. All right. So general purpose is good balance of everything. If you don't need very high-fi performance, very high-fi memory and everything, then you can actually use general purpose, right? And then we can talk about compute optimize, as the name itself suggests. Yeah, when we need high processing power, right, in terms of compute intensive task, then we should use compute optimize. This is well suited for all the applications which require high computing capacity. Then we talk about next type, that is memory optimized. Here, whenever we talk about memory, it is directly pointing to the RAM of the instance. All right. So when you need more RAM, right, when you need to process more data in memory, yeah, then you probably need this type of instances. All right. Inside these categories, we have different instances supported. I'll show you in the upcoming slide. Then we can talk about storage optimize. As again its name is suggesting, right? It requires more and more storage, right? Like for an example, I have a web application. I need a backend, yeah, in which I can deploy my database, and I will do a lot of input and outputs in terms of data. Yeah, input and maybe I also need some output from. So here, and the size of data is also huge, right? So in this case, I should use the storage optimized instances in comparison with any other. All right. Then we have HPC, right? High performance computing. Yeah. So we have some instances which support very high performance in terms of computing. They are specialized. They are categorized instances. Definitely, we need to pay a little more as compared to any other instance type. So I hope you got an idea that why we have different ideas here in terms of instance types. Let's go a little deeper into this instance type. Let's see what are their characteristics, and then we'll also see different classes supported. All right. Let's move ahead. So let's get started with the general purpose instances. Probably this is the most commonly used types of instances by everyone. All right. So here, when you talk about general purpose instances, as I already told you, it is a balanced instance suitable for almost all the variety of the workloads. Yeah. So here you can see you can use the general purpose for web servers, for small to medium size databases, yeah, for development environments. Yeah. So here we have balance of everything. These are like core services, right? I have already told you it is infrastructure as a service. So can you see compute, memory, and networking? These are like, and of course the storage. These are like fundamental requirements as an infrastructure. This balance of everything and also the cost, right? So cost is also a little lower as compared to any other instance. One more thing that I would like to point out, we will be using T2 micro as a general purpose instance type in most of the demonstration in this course. All right. Now, I would like to highlight one thing, that what are the different classes of the instances which we have as a general purpose. Yeah. Now, you must be talking about in this category why we have all these type of classes. These are classes, right? Can you see M7I, right? You can see M7A. Then we talk about T class, right? T class here, T3, T3A. I hope you can see it, and you can just see here. Now, what you are trying to do, yeah, why we have different classes here, that is very important idea. So let me tell you what is happening here. Basically, when you talk about any instance, right, what exactly you have, we have CPU, virtual CPU, right, we have virtual RAM, yeah. So here in all the different classes, we have different numbers in terms of virtual CPU and RAM. Like if I just talk about T2, right, then probably I have 2 virtual CPUs and 1 gigabyte of RAM. Yeah. And when I move towards T3 or maybe any other class, yeah, this numbers will get changed. Okay. So we have to actually choose in terms of the number of virtual CPUs that we need, yeah, RAM that we need, and different pricing options, right? So another important aspect is actually pricing. Yeah. So we have to understand that different pricing options in different classes, and we should choose the appropriate one. Yeah. Okay. So let's move ahead and let's see the next class. The next class is compute optimized. So you can just see the compute is the keyword here, right? So when in terms of compute, yeah, it is optimized instance ideal for compute bound applications. What do you mean by compute bound application? The application which need very high CPU capacity. Think about gaming application, think about big data application, analytical application, streaming application. Yeah. So here, which need high performing processors. So if you just choose any of the class like C7I, C7A, right, C6, you can just see C5 category of the class, right? Here C4. You can see one thing common, that is C, right? C stands for compute, right? You can easily remember it now. One thing that I would like to tell you, no need to remember the names and different configurations because it keeps on changing. Yeah, not very oftenly, but you know, AWS evolve itself in terms of these classes. So like right now you see these many classes, maybe in future you will see more categories of classes, right? So this keeps on changing. No one will actually remember the different number of virtual CPUs and RAM in different classes. It's not like this. We always refer to the documentation of AWS, official, yeah, and check out which particular CPU we need, which particular type of instance that we need, how many RAM I want. Everything is pre-decided. You just see, here we have different examples. If we have batch processing workloads, then probably this is well suited because it required more capacity. Media transcoding, yeah, it's a live streaming kind of thing. Then web servers, when they are high performing, you know that there will be a lot of hits, right? A lot of requests on that server. In that case, you might be in need of this high performing CPUs. All right. So you can see scientific modeling, dedicated gaming servers. Yeah, everywhere I need more CPU. Yeah. So in terms of this use cases, probably compute optimized types of CPUs are good. Yeah, instances are good. Okay. Let's move ahead to the next category, that is memory optimized. Yeah. So here memory directly indicates the RAM, as I've already told you, right? So when I talk about the memory optimized, you can see it is designed for the workloads that require a large amount of memory. Okay. So they probably not in need of CPU capacity, but they need higher RAM. Yeah. So as they can process more and more data in memory. All right. So you can just see that. Here we have in-memory databases like Redis, Memcached, right? Big data processing, which actually bring a lot of data into memory and then process it. All right. So intermediate storage is required. Okay. So you can see a lot of use cases, high performance, right? Relational, non-relational databases. Probably this is one of the most important ideas in terms of memory and storage optimization. So we can use this memory optimized instances for database hosting. When we need a lot of memory, when we need a lot of data to be stored inside in memory and process it, you can just see it can be optimized for all BI applications, business intelligence. When you want to analyze all the business related data, yeah, so definitely the data will be a lot of, and you can just see all the aspects of the data in one go. Yeah, so here we have business intelligence application. Then you can just see real time processing applications. Yeah, and you can see a lot of different classes, R7G, R7I. Yeah, all the R class, you can see R class here, R4, right? You can just see X class here. So R stands for RAM, easy to remember, right? Memory optimized. Okay. I hope you're getting this idea. If you have any confusion, any question, do ask me in the comment section, right? Please. I will try my best to answer that as soon as possible. Okay. So let's see, this is storage optimized instances, which we are talking about. Next category. Memory optimization and storage optimization are two different things. Memory indicates the RAM. Storage indicates the secondary memory. It might be your solid state drive, SSDs, or maybe HDDs, or maybe anything. So here we talk about the storage optimized instances. So you can see that these instances are designed for the workloads requires high sequential read and write access. So we actually talk about a lot of input output. Yeah. So you can just see the use cases here, you will understand that. But you can just see they are optimized to deliver tens of thousands of low latency random input output operations per second. So it's very interesting term here that we use in AWS, that is IOPS. Yeah. So for an example, if I say that IOP is like 1000 here. So what does it mean? That here in this type of instance, right? Actually, I can do 1000 input outputs per second, IOPS. Okay. So we'll be using this term many a times going forward in this course. But this indicates, how many requests it can handle per second, yeah, in terms of reading and writing the data. Okay. Now, you can just see the different use cases. High performance or high frequency online transaction processing. Just think about a banking application, right? So where we need OLTP, online transactions and processing. All right. So probably this type of like storage optimized instances are perfect fit for OLTP applications. All right. Then we can think about relational and non-SQL, NoSQL databases. Right. So like we can actually have the storage optimized instances, and we can deploy Oracle, we can deploy MySQL. We have a lot of options on that, right? Then on NoSQL side, we can actually adopt the DynamoDB. Yeah, we can actually deploy. DynamoDB cannot be deployed. It's a separate app, separate service. But we can use MongoDB, we can use Cassandra. Yeah. So here, the all idea is about input output. Okay. So that is why you can just see the storage optimized classes are indicating I, right? I for I3, right? D3 stands for data. Can you see that? Most of the time it is easy to remember all these things. All right. I don't think you have to choose those instance type very frequently, but you should have the idea that whenever I need it, I need a special type of instance, I can have it. All right. Now, you must be talking about how these, these classes, the instance type classes are named, right? I mean, what is the naming convention? All right. So here is the naming convention, followed by AWS. It's very interesting to know it. That is why I'm just trying to explain you. All right. So when you talk about any of the example, let's say if I take the example of this T2 micro, yeah, what does it mean? There are several parts of it. The T is actually the instance class, instance family, T, all right. Then what is this 2? 2 is also a very interesting area. That is nothing but a generation of hardware. So what happened? Let me just tell you, every time we just think about the hardware age, I mean, here AWS also think about it, because at the end, there is an infrastructure on the top of which we are working, right? So how the AWS is improving over the time, that hardware, okay. So like right now, if we are using T2 micro, that means we are actually using second generation of the hardware. That means the first generation is already gone, it has already used in full potential, and then now we are in second generation. It might be fourth, fifth, like this, okay. Then it's very interesting to know that it is micro. What is that micro, by the way? Right? Micro is nothing but a size. After dot, right, you will have a size. I'll give you one more example, all right. So here basically it's a size, and let me just tell you, the size directly indicates the number of resources. We are talking about the number of resources in terms of virtual CPU, virtual RAM, everything, okay. Like here I have micro, then I have large, then extra large, right. We have very, very big instances as well, yeah. I would like to suggest you this interesting website, yeah, where you can actually compare all the different instance types. I would like to give you two of the references. First, from the official Amazon portal, and the second reference is from this instance.vintage. This compares the different types of instances very, very well. Now, I would like to give you one more example. Let's say if for any case, if I'm using N5, right, and X large, how to read this? Yeah, how to read this? N is the class, definitely is going to be, some class of the instance type. What is this 5? 5 is generation of the hardware. Then X large is the size of that particular instance, right? So you have to refer to the documentation, yeah, to understand that how many virtual CPUs we have, how many gigabytes of RAM we have inside these instances, right? And based on that, you can choose appropriate one. So I hope this video was interesting, right? We have understood what are the different instance types. Yeah, we have general purpose, we have compute optimized, we have storage optimized, memory optimized, right? Then we have other also, but at this level we should know about these things. All right. Then we have also seen different classes of the instances supported. Yeah. Then we have also seen how these naming conventions are done, right? You don't know about how it is working. Now actually you know, right? It's time for an MCQ, guys. What is the advantage of using general purpose EC2 instances? To help you out, there are 4 options on the screen. They offer the highest CPU performance. They are a good balance of performance and cost. They are specifically designed for machine learning applications. They provide unlimited storage capacity. Pick the right one and drop your answer in the comments now. Let's see what we are discussing today. We are going to discuss security groups today. This is a very important part of EC2 service that enables us to secure the access in EC2. Let's talk about what we are discussing today. First, we'll talk about what is exactly a security group. Then we'll talk about the security group rules. We will talk about the important points about security group before going to an exam. Let's get started. What exactly is a security group? Let me just tell you, security group acts as a firewall to your EC2 instances. It controls the inbound and outbound traffic coming in towards your EC2 instance, and when you are transferring something from EC2 instance to outer internet, then it acts as a firewall. It blocks the traffic whichever you want. Like for an example, some IP addresses you don't want the EC2 to be accessed. Yeah, then you can block it using the security group. There are a few rules that you have to set. What is allowed in and what is allowed out. So let's see in detail what exactly it is. So here, the very first thing that you should know about is the one that I have already told you. That is, it is nothing but a virtual firewall. So here, security group acts as a virtual firewall that determine what traffic is allowed to reach or leave your EC2 instance. So here also in illustration you can just see security group is acting as a firewall. Here we have EC2 instance and there are some inbound traffic and outbound traffic to your EC2 instance coming from the EC2 instances. So here www indicates the internet. So basically it is insecure outer internet. So we want to protect our EC2 instances using security group. So here, whatever the rule that we have defined inside the security rule, the inbound and outbound traffic has to follow that. And here, we just need to define the inbound rules and outbound rules separately. One thing that you should note here about the security group is outbound traffic is allowed by default. You don't have to worry about it, all right? So you just have to control what is inbound, right? Let's go in a little more detail. So here you can see the security group controls the inbound and outbound traffic at the instance level. Very important to understand that what is this instance level? Because when we progress in our course, right, we will also see we can have our own network in AWS. So what we can do, we can create our own network using VPC and we can place these instances inside that. So basically AWS allow you to set security constraints, security rule at different levels. You can actually set it at the network level, you can set it at instance level, you can also set it at storage level. So here we just talk about the security at instance level. So we can apply some more rules at the network level as well. So here, one thing that you should always note, this is security group acting as a firewall at the instance level. Now, very, very important point to note here, security groups are stateful. Very important. See, AWS allow you to secure your resources in many ways. You can use the security groups, you can use the ACLs, right, access control list, you can have the firewall, yeah, you can have WAF here. Lot of varieties of security services available in AWS. So here, when we talk about stateful, some of the resources, some of the security services are stateful, some of them are stateless. Here, security group is stateful. What exactly does it mean, right? Let's try and understand this. Let me just tell you what happens. Let's say if there is some inbound traffic coming from internet towards your EC2 instance. Let's suppose there's a web server here. On the basis of request, the EC2 instance has to respond with some web page to the outer world, right? So, stateful means once the inbound traffic is allowed, from any IP, from any port, then automatically the outbound traffic is allowed. That means security group know that something is going in and it has to come out with some data or some web page or something like this in the form of a response. So here inbound traffic if it's allowed, then outbound traffic is automatically allowed. So basically it also takes care of the state. That is why it is stateful. So you can see here, meaning if you allow the incoming traffic on specific port, the response traffic is automatically allowed. Response traffic is going to be outbound traffic. So once the inbound request is received at the instance level, the instance will respond with something, maybe data, maybe some file, right? So outbound traffic is automatically allowed. The security group takes care of that idea. That is why I say that this is nothing but stateful. Alright, so here we talk about stateful and it is automatically allowed even if there is no explicit rule for outbound traffic. So we don't define any outbound rule. That is why I say that inbound if it is allowed, then outbound is automatically allowed when we talk about the security group statefulness. I hope you are getting the idea that security group acts between the instance and the outer internet. It protects the connection, it protects the inbound traffic, outbound traffic coming in and going out of the instances. It's a very important topic, guys. You should understand this. Remember, this video is just the start. If you want to continue your AWS journey and build an amazing career in the cloud, check out Tech Vidwan's AWS Certified Cloud Practitioner course, which includes real-world case studies, expert-led lessons, and one-on-one career guidance. Start learning today and stand out in the tech world. Let's move ahead and let's see a few more things. So here, I want to give you an idea that how we can set those rules. Although you will see these rules in the hands-on part. So let's understand how rules are defined and what are the things that we can go and what we can actually define inside that rule. All right. So let's talk about the security rules. You're going to see in security group rules we have constant or contained rules here. All right. So when you talk about rules, basically it can refer to any IP or maybe any other security group as well. That's little advanced when you talk about referring to another security group. That means what happens? Like let's say two EC2 instances are communicating to each other and both of them is actually associated with different security group. So one security group can actually talk to another security group. That is what is here. Security group rules can refer by IP address or any other security group like this. Okay. So let's try and understand what exactly it is. Let's take some examples so that you can understand what exactly the rule and what exactly we do in the rule, right? So let's take an example, the first one. So what we want to do, we want to allow SSH access. It's a secured shell access, right? Secured shell connection. We will see it in hands-on how to do this, right? So what we want to do, we want to do that secured shell connection and on port 22, which is the default port of SSH connection, from your IP address to to manage the EC2 instance. So what we want to do, we want to allow SSH connection to your instance. That's what we want to do. So here in this snapshot, you can just see I'm allowing SSH, right? Protocol is TCP on port range 22 and source is your IP address. So here, this is the snapshot of the rule. We will also see it in detail in the hands-on part. But now you can see I am allowing As I said, this is the example of a rule. All right, and this is the specific IP. You can also see a source here. This source defined from where the inbound connection is initiated. So here, as my requirement is from my IP address, all right. So I have mentioned my IP address here. So the instance will allow only incoming traffic from this IP address on this port 22. I hope you are getting this particular idea. Let's take another example here. So it is allowing HTTP or HTTPS traffic on port 80 or 443, which are like default ports of HTTP, it is 80, and HTTPS, it is 443, to a web server. Are you getting that? So here it is nothing but the outbound connection, right? So you can define it here as well. Can you see HTTP TCP port? Yeah, and you can just see 80, and this is something very important note. Whenever in AWS, if you just see something like this, we'll see it in detail, but this actually indicates your IP. Along with this is your CIDR block. This is called as CIDR, classless inter-domain routing. We will understand this concept in real detail when we study the VPC, Virtual Private Cloud. All right, but what exactly does it mean when you talk about 00000? Right? Let me just tell you. Here it indicates all IPs in the world, all IP addresses in the world. That means you are allowing anything from anywhere, right? This is something that you should understand. So whenever you see this IP slash, 0000, and then you have /0, there is a CIDR block which indicates every IP in the world. So you are allowing anything from anywhere. Okay, this anywhere is actually defined by this IP, right? From any IP address on the world. I hope you are getting that. We will see this CIDR concept in VPC part in more details. All right. So I hope you are getting an example of how rules can be defined in the security groups. All right. Let's move ahead and let's see some important points that you should always know about security groups before actually attempting the certification exam. And also when you are actually doing some work, definitely these points will help you a lot, yeah, to design your security group with the proper rules. Let's see these points, all right. So let's talk about the first point. Security group can attach to multiple EC2 instances. Super interesting thing. You actually have multiple EC2 instances in your resource stack, right? So here you don't have to actually design security group for each and every instance that you have. Let's say if you have hundreds of instances, that is not actually practically right to create different security groups for different EC2 instances. Rather, what you can do, you can have a security group. You can define your rules, whatever you want inbound, what you want outbound. Yeah. So you just set those rules in a security group and you attach that security group to multiple EC2 instances. That's good, right? I mean, just create one security group attached to n number of different EC2 instances. Yeah. They will all follow the same rules that you have defined in one security group. It's always a good idea. So the idea is the security group can be attached to multiple EC2 instances. Second point we are talking about, it is specific to region and VPC combination. Very interesting to note here. What do you understood by region? Basically, it's a geographical area. Yeah, it is major part of the AWS global infrastructure region, right? And in region, we have multiple AZs, availability zones, right? And inside multiple AZs, we have different VPC, which is nothing but a private network inside your infrastructure. One thing that you should note, right? Whenever you create an account with AWS, there's a default VPC associated with your account. So we will see it in hands-on. But one thing that you should note, that when you create a security group and when you attach to the EC2 instance, basically it is applicable within a single region and a combination of a VPC. Like for an example, if I tell you that there's a region that is maybe region that is US East 1 plus there's a VPC, let's call it as VPC 1. So whenever you create this security group, it will be applicable in the combination of this region and the VPC. What does it mean? That, like for an example, if your EC2 instance is actually also accessed from any other region, right? So security group will not be able to apply it, apply the rules basically. So here you should understand, it should be applied within a region or a VPC combination, all right? Then the third point says that security groups operate outside the EC2 instances. Very interesting idea. And with that, if the traffic is blocked, the instance will not receive it. That is very important. If you remember in the previous illustration, I have shown you that security groups always lie outside the EC2 instance. That means EC2 instance will receive only, the traffic will be received by the EC2 instance only when security group allow it. It acts outside the EC2 instance. That means it will not affect the working of instance. The instance will receive only when security group is actually passing the traffic. All right. So you should understand this third point here is telling you that security group operate outside the EC2 instances. They are not inside. They are outside the instance. All right. Let's talk about the fourth point. If your application is not accessible, there's a kind of troubleshooting tip here. So let's say if you have an application and you have deployed it in EC2 instance, and if you are getting some error like this, let's say it is timeout. If you're getting some error like timeout, your instance is not accessible. So most probably it is the problem of security group. Most probably it's a troubleshooting tip that you have. It is very helpful when you actually start working with a security group. So what happens if your application is not accessible? So application is in your EC2 instance, right? You have an EC2 instance here. And here is your app deployed on the top of it. And here is your security group, right? And once the security group is allowing or disallowing the traffic, then only the application will respond. So here, that is why it is said that it is timeout, the error that you're getting. Okay, I mean the application is not accessible. So most probably it's a problem of your security group. You have not defined the rules properly. That is why your app is not responding. So practical, useful tip here. All right, let's talk about the next point. Then you can just see if application returns connection refused error, then you can just see it is either an application issue or instance may not be launched. Very important. Another security group related issue that you might get. So sometimes we also see the error like connection refused. Okay, I mean EC2 is not accepting the connection that we are passing. So that probably is actually your application level issue. It's not a security group issue when you're getting something like connection refused. All right. So actually the inbound connection is passed through the security group, but your app is not responding. All right. So here you should understand, this is a practical tip. When you see timeout error, that means your inbound connection is not passing through the security group. And if you are getting something like connection refused, that is your application level issue. You should understand that. Then very important next point, by default, you can see all inbound traffic is blocked. Very, very interesting. Let's say if you have a security group initially, all the inbound traffic will be blocked. You have to explicitly allow. For example, in our previous example also we have seen that let's say we want to allow SSH, we want to allow HTTP from any specific IP or something like this, then we have to explicitly write those rules in security group. Otherwise, everything will be blocked. But on the contrary, all outbound traffic is allowed. You can see is allowed. So you don't have to explicitly mention outbound traffic. So the moral of the story is everything in is not allowed. Everything out is allowed. Yeah. So this is the idea, and you should remember all these points while working with the security group, and also it is important for the certification exam. I hope you are getting all these points. If you have any question about security group and anything, please ask me in comment section. I will definitely try my best to answer those questions. All right. It's time for an MCQ, guys. Your question is, what is the primary function of a security group in AWS? To help you out, there are 4 options on the screen. It acts as a virtual firewall to control inbound and outbound traffic to EC2 instances. It manages user access permissions for EC2 instances. It monitors EC2 instance performance, or it tracks billing for EC2 instance. Pick the right one and drop your answer in the comments now. Hi everyone, welcome to another demonstration in EC2. Today we are going to talk about the security groups. Let's see, in more details how security group can protect your EC2 instances from inbound connections. Or I can say how I can control the inbound and outbound connections to your EC2 instance using the security group. Let's do that. So if you remember in the previous part of our demo, in EC2, we have created an instance which was a tiny web server which respond to us when we try to ping it using the public IP. So let's jump into this EC2 service, and you can just see the instance is still running and up. So let's use this instance and let's play with it. All right. So right now I have this instance which is running and it is perfect. It is also responding. Let's see it here. So you can see when I refresh this page, we are getting the same response from the server. Can you see? I'm refreshing this. That means I'm just requesting the instance to respond. So here, can you just see, I have just made HTTP request to the instance, and we are getting this response just because we are allowing HTTP connection inbound. Yeah. So here, let's play with it. Let's try to change this setting in security group so that we can see the behavior of security group when something is tried which is not allowed. So then what will happen? All right. So let's do that. And as I told you, we can play with the security group separately as well. So if you just see in this left side panel, you can see that in the security part, there is network and security, and you can see security groups. So let's jump into this and let's see what security group we can add. So here we have a lot of security group. The one that I created for the previous demo was this one, if you remember, right? SG DataFlair. Yeah. So let's jump into this security group and let's see what we have right now. So can you see in this security group, the name is like SG DataFlair, and here the owner is, this is my account ID by the way, and these are the inbound rules. Can you see these are inbound rules, these are outbound rules. So right now, just check here. Right now, according to the inbound rule, SSH and HTTP is allowed in our instance, inbound connection. All right. And you're going to see from any source. So there's no specific IP. Yeah. From any IPv4 address, someone can actually connect to instance with the public IP of this instance using HTTP connection. That is why you see this response, the one that I have shown you. Okay. Now, let's change this rule. And before changing this rule, I want to tell you this. All the outbound connections are allowed. Can you see? Everything which is going out of the instance, let's say the response, right? So it is allowed. Can you see this? IPv version 4, traffic, all traffic. Yeah, you can see that. All protocol, all port range. So everything is allowed from the from any IP address. So that is why I told you security group are allowing the outbound connection by default, every outbound connection, but inbound connections are denied by default. You have to explicitly choose the appropriate options and make it running. All right. So let's play with this inbound rule. And what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to remove this rule, HTTP. That means let's remove it. Okay. Let's edit this inbound rule and let's remove it. So can you see here we have the delete option. So I will be deleting this HTTP rule and I will save it. Okay. One more interesting behavior of security group I would like to tell you here. Whenever you have created the security group, you have created the rules, then it is not actually allowed to edit this rule. You have to delete the rule and then you have to create a new rule. Let's say for an example, you have created HTTP rule and you have mentioned that all IPv4 addresses are allowed. But by the time you decided that no, I just want specific IP address to do HTTP connection to my instance, then you cannot actually do it. You have to delete that rule and you have to make a new rule based on your needs. Yeah, so this is something that is important to understand. And right now, can you see only SSH is allowed into your instance, right? Let's save the changes. So right now I have only one rule. Can you see that? Now let's get back to our window. Yeah, and let's refresh this and let's see now whether we are getting this response or not, because HTTP is not allowed in our instance now. Check this out. Can you see this is on and on and on? Yeah, it is trying to actually connect to the instance, but it cannot. In some time it will be timed out. Wait for something second. But you can see now my server is not responding, because you can see that this site can't be reached, took long time to respond. Yeah, you can see that is a connection timed out error. Yeah, what does it mean? Browser tried to connect the instance with the public IP address, but the server was not responding. And now you know the reason why, because there is no allowed HTTP rule here in the security group. It is not allowed here. That is why you're getting you're not getting the response here when you are checking this out. Yeah. Now, as part of the story, let's now allow that rule and let's check whether it is getting effect or not. Yeah. So let's do it. I will go in this edit inbound rules again. Yeah. And let's add one more rule here, and you can see here I'm moving to HTTP to allow it. Where the HTTP? Yeah, here it is. You can see I want to allow all the IPv4 addresses. So you can just see 0.0.0.0/0 open CIDR block, right? You can just see this. Now let's save this rule. Yeah, can you see that? It is getting effect immediately, guys. Just observe these things. The instance is running separately. I'm playing with the security group rules, and the security group is immediately allowed on that instance. Based on that, we're getting the response. Security groups are always tightly coupled with the instances. Now let's go to this private window again. Now let's attempt to get the response once again, because now we have allowed the HTTP connection. So let's refresh. Can you just see that? Yeah, we got a response from the server, and this is the same server which I'm getting the response from. Yeah, you can also do this with your friends, right? I mean, make your friends stand by with the public IP address and ask them to connect to this server. Yeah, and then disable the HTTP connections, or do not allow HTTP connection or HTTPS connections. Then you will see that we are not getting the response. Okay, you can play with this. Now, one more thing that I would like to tell you, let's say if you just see in the security group rule, I have allowed HTTP only. I have not allowed HTTPS. Okay, let's also play with this. Let's say if I mention HTTPS, yeah, :// whether it will allow me to access this server or not. So let's hit enter. Can you also see that this is still running? Yeah, it is not actually accessing. And after some time you will see timed out error again, because we have not allowed HTTPS. We have allowed HTTP only. Yeah, just wait for some seconds and you will see timeout error. Can you see this? Yeah. Now let's do one more thing, right? Let's allow HTTPS, right? Let's see whether it is going to allow us or not, right? Let's add a rule here again. Yeah. Now HTTPS. It's not always a good idea to choose all the connections because that may be insecure. Yeah, you can actually receive some malicious things if you allow every type of connection in your instance. So you have to choose appropriately, right? And right now, any IPv4, right? So I'm allowing HTTP as well as HTTPS as well. Yeah, you can see this, and let's save this rule. Now there are three rules. SSH is allowed, HTTP is allowed, HTTPS is also allowed. Okay, and if you remember, earlier we were not getting the response when we were accessing it with HTTPS, right? Now let's try this. If you have made it this far, I'm sure you are as excited about AWS as I am. Make sure to like this video, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the DataFlair for more awesome tutorials. We can also check the public IP of the instance. Let's check it out. Let's go to this instance tab, and this is your running instance. Let's copy this. Make sure that you are actually accessing the same IP address with HTTP. Yeah, we're getting the response. Can you see that? So it might take few seconds to apply those rules on your instance settings, and then you will definitely get the response, right? So I hope now you are getting the idea of the security group. You know how the security group rules can be used, to control the inbound and outbound traffic to your EC2 instance. All right, guys, that's it for this demo, right? So I hope you have learned how to play with the security groups, and this was a security group we were playing with. Yeah, you can create your own security group. Security groups can be attached with multiple instances, right? So it's always a good idea to create a new your security group and apply those rules here, yeah, whatever you want, and then attach it to many of your EC2 instances. It doesn't matter. Yeah, so that's a good practice. Instead of creating security group for different instances, create one security group and attach to the many instances that you're working with. I hope you enjoyed this demo, guys. It's time for an MCQ, guys. Your question is, how long does it typically take for the changes made in the security group to take effect? To help you out, there are 4 options on the screen. A few minutes, a few seconds, a few hours, or a few days. Pick the right one and drop your answer in the comments now. Today, we are going to talk about how to get into your instance once it is running. So there are 2 ways actually you can get into your EC2 instances, although there are 3, but we'll talk about 2 right now. The first one is Instance Connect. That's basically a web-based SSH that you're going to do in your instance, and then you will be inside your instance and you can do whatever you want to do. Second way that we're going to deal with is SSH, Open SSH, using your local system. Yeah, it is not going to be web-based. Yeah, using the web-based UI of the browser, we will be doing it from the command prompt. So let's see both the ideas. Most of the demonstration we will be using Instance Connect. That is the easiest and convenient option. Yeah, we can get into our Linux machine. So let's use the instance that we have created in our earlier demo. Let's go into this EC2, and you can see the instance is still running an app. Check this, there's one instance running, and you can see the instance that is DataFlair server and it is running. Okay, and it is accessible also. Now I want to get into this instance. See, I'm not accessing, I want to get into the instance, right? Because I want to run few more Linux command, I want to create new directories. Yeah, I can do anything in that, just like our normal operating system. All right, but how to get that shell prompt, right, where I can run those commands as I'm running Linux here? So this is a very easy way to do it. Yeah, let's select this instance, and can you see a button here? There's a connect button at this right side corner, right, connect button. And once you connect to this, right, basically you are doing the instance connect with this. So let's see this. So you can see there are multiple options: instance connect, session manager, SSH client, that we'll be doing in a couple of minutes, and EC2 CL console. So right now let's work with the instance connect, most suitable option. But for this option, right, you need to allow SSH connections to your instance in your security group. If you remember, in earlier demo, we talked about the security group, yeah, and there we have to actually enable the SSH for this type of connections, right? So let's verify whether we have allowed SSH in this instance or not. So for this purpose, let's go to the instance and let's see in the security tab. You can go into security tab and you can see the security group, which is here, that is SG underscore DataFlair. And you can also take a look into inbound rules. And in that inbound rule, you can just see port 22. Port 22 is generally for SSH, guys. Right? So just try and remember these standard ports. Yeah, 80 is for HTTP, 443 is for HTTPS. Okay, 22 is for SSH. And you're going to see on port 22, SSH connection is allowed from any source. So we are good to go, right? You can see according to security group rule, SSH is allowed. If you don't allow this, the instance connect will not be able to connect to your instance. Yeah, so let's try this. So you can just see you want to connect using EC2 instance connect. Yeah, this is something that I want, and public IP is already the same that we have already seen. All right, and you can see the username is this is the default user, by the way, EC2 user. You can create your own, doesn't matter. And let's connect. You will see browser based session. It is going to establish the connection to your instance. And you're going to see the public IP, private IP, and DataFlair server. Now we are here in this particular Linux machine. Can you just imagine Linux? And you can see EC2 user at IP, this one, right? And now whatever you can do with the Linux machine, whatever the commands that you want to run, you can run everything. Like for an example, if you want to do some ping command, right? So let's say ping google.com. Let's hit this domain. And can you just see I'm getting a response from the server. So my instance is running, okay, and I can also connect it to the internet. It's also allowed. To stop this ping, you just have to do Control C. So that will stop here, and you will back to the dollar prompt. Yeah, and now you can run any command, ls command, right, sudo commands, whatever you want, right? Whatever. Let's say if I do sudo here, so it can be sudo su. And can you see I've elevated to the root user. Yeah, I've elevated my rights. So whatever you can do with the Linux, you can do all the things here. And you're going to see it is browser based. It is under the browser of your system. Yeah, this is the most convenient way to connect to your instance and do whatever you want, right? So if you remember, we use the user data. So you can run all those commands here also. Okay. I mean, every command, whatever you do in Linux machine, you can do everything here. You can create your directories, whatever you want, you can do it. This is one way, guys. You know, some people also would like to do the SSH because they think like using this browser-based connection, like instance connect that we did, can be a little insecure sometimes, right? So they don't want that kind of connection. For these demos, like we will be using in this instance connect, but you should know how to do SSH in your Linux machine. Yeah. So right now I will log out. Yeah. Let's do it. Okay. I think it is exit. It's not log out. Yeah. Can you see? We got exit from the command prompt, and let's close it. Now we are back to this. Now we are going to do SSH into this. All right. And for SSH kind of functionalities or programmatic access to this instance, right, you need key value pair or key pair simply, right? So do we have a key pair? Yes, we have, right? If you remember, while creating this instance, we have downloaded the private key here, right? I'll show you that in a second. Let's go to the security tab. Step into the world of AWS mastery. If you are ready to go beyond the basics and gain job-ready, in-depth AWS knowledge, Tech with One is here to fast-track your success. Our expert-led industry-aligned courses prepare you for careers with top MNCs like Amazon, Microsoft, and other Fortune 500 companies, all at a fraction of the cost charged by other institutes. Don't wait. Click the link in the description and take the first step towards your dream placement today. Yeah. So here, the security group is okay. I mean, we got this. But if you remember, we downloaded, let me just show you that, the PM file, and this was the PM file, demo key DataFlair. If you open it, you will not be able to see anything, which is all encrypted. If you want, I can show you this. But it's a private key to connect to your instance. Can you see that it is a RSA private key here that I'm going to deal with? Okay. So to get into your instance, you need this private key. All right. So here you're going to see it is a PM file, although we have the option of .ppk. Yeah. Here it is .pm file, which I'm talking about. All right. Now, I'm going to use this PM file to get into the instance, right, remotely. One more important issue that may arise in this process, it is actually the file owner issue, file permissions issue. What happens in Windows generally, yeah, every file is actually shared sometime, in between the administrator users and different users in your local system. That might be giving you an issue. Like if I give you an example, okay, like generally whenever you see any file, let's say if I check any of the file, just show you that. Yeah, if I check any of the file, let's say this use cases.docs file, right? If I just open this property, then if you just go to the security tab, can you see this actually file is shared with these users like system users, admins, and administrators like this. They have full control and they have some special permissions when you see. So this file is actually shared. So whenever you do SSH, the PM file should not be shared. It should be only owned by the person which you are logging in, right? Like now, let's say I am logging with the admin user, right? So it should be only admin who is the owner of the file. So this can be a problem with Windows, right? So what I did, I just placed this file in this folder, keypair.pem, right? And when you check the properties, right, go to security, only admin is allowed to do anything here in this file. This is something that you should understand. And let's say if you want to change this, right, what you can do here, let's go to any of the file. Let me just give you the idea, because this is a very common problem that someone can face, right? Especially in Windows, right? So you just have to right click on the properties. You can see that, okay? Go to security, go to this advanced option. Yeah, go to advanced. And first of all, disable all the inheritance, right? You don't want any kind of inheritance. Let's say I disable inheritance, it will ask you, yeah. And you're going to see no one is allowed to do anything here right now. Now, what we have to do, we have to add one, yeah. So just see that the owner was admin, right? Can you see this admin? So I have just add a principal here, admin, which is going to allow anything here in this file. Let's add a principal, yeah. And you're going to see select a principal, and I have to name it like admin, okay, and okay. And now I want everything done by this admin only, so I will provide full control. Can you see that? And I will click OK, and you will see I will see apply. And now after doing this, you can just see only one user is allowed to do everything here. It is not shared with all the users that we have in our local system. This is a problem while working with the SSH. And so the overall story is the PM file in which you have the private key should not be shared with different users in your local system. It should be owned by the administrator or the user using which you are logging in at the time of SSH. Okay, this is something that you should understand. So I got this file here in this key pair folder, yeah, and I will be now using it. Let's see. So the command is simple. Let me just mention the command here to do SSH, the syntax. You have to do SSH -i. Okay. Now you have to actually mention the name of the file. The name of the file is, or I would say like this, private key .pm. This is the file. Space, then user. Right now we are working as default user. Default user is EC2 user @ and public IP of the instance. Simple syntax. So we'll be using this command to SSH secured shell connection to the instance, okay, of our choice. Let's try this, okay, and let's open the command prompt. Yeah, so I'm in command prompt. So I should navigate to, I hope now you can see it, right? I should navigate to this folder where I have this PM file, otherwise I have to locate this. So I will do cd/ and then cd key pair, simple. Yeah, so I am into this folder. Now I can try SSH, right? So let's do SSH and just make sure that you know the syntax is simple. SSH. One more thing, SSH is already there in Windows, right? You don't have to install it explicitly, just like AWS CLI that we did, okay? So SSH -i is the command. Then the private file, make sure that the file name is correct, otherwise you may get an error, okay? So I think it is not correct. Yeah, correct. Can you see? Demo key DataFlair .pm is also important. We have to do it. Then space EC2, okay, -user. Make sure that you are properly writing that command, otherwise you may get some error. @ what is the public IP? So let's check the public IP. Okay, so when you see this is your public IP of the instance that you're connecting in. Let's copy this. Let's get back to our command, paste it. So you can see I want to SSH with this private key, that is way of authentication here, with this EC2 -user, you know, @ this public IP address. This is the command. Let's hit enter. Can you just see that? It might ask you some confirmation when you do it first time, right? So just have to enter yes, right? It's just a confirmation, and then you will be in the instance. So can you see? I am into this instance 81.157, which is nothing but my private IP address. Can you just notice this here? Yeah, and we are into our instance, and this time I am doing it with the SSH, local system SSH, right? So now I'm accessing remotely the instance. Okay, now I can do any command like ping google.com. Let's enter. Okay, sorry, it is not vping, it is ping google.com, and can you see we're getting the same response. And whatever we want to do with this instance, let's say I want to run any command, or you know, whatever I want to do, I can do it here with this dollar prompt. So I have shown you two ways. I hope we are not getting confused with. The first one was instance connect. It is using browser based SSH. So using our browser only, I am connecting to my instance. Okay, one way. Second way, we did the SSH from our local system command line. Okay, where we have run this command SSH with some PM command, which is key pair authentication information, and with the public IP, and then we got into this Linux machine that we are running. So I hope you are getting the two ways using which you can access this instance, although there is one more, that is programmatic access, but we don't want to do that right now. So this is the way you can get into your system, the virtual server, and you can run any command or create the directories, whatever you want to do. This is the way you can do it. All right. I hope you enjoyed this demonstration, guys. Yeah. Do try to check it with with your instance, right? If you have any questions, any doubt, right, feel free to comment. Yeah. I will do my best to answer all those queries. It's time for an MCQ, guys. Your question is, what is the primary method used to connect to an EC2 instance from a terminal or command prompt? To help you out, there are 4 options on the screen: using a web browser, using SSH, using FTP, or using EC2 Instance Connect. Pick the right one and drop your answer in the comments now. Hi everyone, welcome to another interesting demonstration. This is a very special demonstration, guys, that I want to put here because I want you guys to understand the instance state properly. We are running into free tier account, right? So we should understand that we have some limits here in free tier. So after experimenting with the EC2 instances, we should always stop it or terminate it if we no longer need it. All right. This is something that is very, very important, guys. Otherwise, if you go beyond the free tier limits, I mean, if you are keeping this instance running for more than 750 hours, then it might cost you, right? So that is why I just want that separately in this demo to understand, how to stop or terminate the instance. All right. So what you can do here, whatever the instance running, after doing the experiments, you should always, stop it. So let's say you have some plan to experiment with this instance in future also. So you can try stopping it, no problem. So you can see here, I am selecting this instance that we have created in the previous demo, and you can go to this instance state and you can stop it. Okay. So we have 3 options: stopping, rebooting, terminating from this state, right? So let's stop it. So it will just ask you the confirmation and you're good to go. Just check this. So initiating the stopping of the instance. This is always needed, guys, because otherwise you may have some surprises at the end of the month in the bill, right? So here you can see stopping. So after this stopping state, right, stopped state, right, it is stopping right now, but the final stage will be stopped. Okay. So let's refresh it. Still stopping. Many students ask, how do I use this to get hired? If you have same question, our experts can guide you. Just give us a call. Skills open doors, but the right guidance takes you through them. If you are serious about placements, don't hesitate to reach out. Contact details are in description. Yeah. So can you see, I have to remove this filter and then you just check, right? DataFlair server is stopping in stopping state. So soon it will be stopped. From this stage, right, what we can do? We can start it again. Yeah. So let's select this and let's say I want to start it again. So always keep this stopped if you're not using it. Okay. And then go to instance state and start the instance. Now you can see that the instance will be running state in few minutes. Not minutes, actually, few seconds. Still in pending state. Yeah, we have to wait for it. Yeah. So can you see now in DataFlair instance, you can see it is in instance running state. This is something that you should understand. So if the instance is stopped, then you can run it again, no problem. It's just like your laptop, right? If you just shut down, you can start it once again, right? Just like this. But you can see there's one more state which is called as terminate. So let's say you don't want this instance anymore, right? So what you can do, you can go and terminate this instance, right? It will be permanently deleted. Yeah. Let me just delete any other instance. Right now, let's keep it stop. I also don't want any surprises at the end of the month. Yeah. Okay. So let's do this. And let's see this my server. Right now, this is stopped state. You can see that. And I won't delete it permanently. I don't want that, right? So I can go to instance state. I will terminate this instance. Can you see it is asking for the confirmation, terminate, and you will not see this instance anymore. Yeah, you're going to see it is shutting down and it will be terminating soon. You will not see it even. You cannot recover it as well once it is terminated. Can you see my server is terminated? You will not see it even in a couple of seconds. So this is a permanent deletion, guys, right? Stopping is pausing the instance execution for some time, but terminating means you are deleting that instance forever. Yeah, I hope you got this difference, and you should always stop the instance, yeah, or terminate it once you have completed your experiments with the instance. All right, I'm reminding this once again because this is important in free tier, because we don't want anything in the bill at the end of the month, right? Like this. So it's always a good practice to stop it or terminate the instance. Alright guys, I hope you will remember all these things and you will do as I am trying to guide you. It's time for an MCQ, guys. Your question is, what is the primary reason to stop an EC2 instance after completing your experiments? To help you out, there are 4 options on the screen. To save cost and avoid unexpected billing, to speed up the system, to upgrade the instance type, or to ensure data is backed up. Pick the right one and drop your answer in the comments now. Today, we are going to talk about different storage options available with EC2. We'll first talk about Amazon Elastic Block Storage. In short, we call it EBS. We'll also discuss, apart from EBS, what are the different options available with EC2 to storage something, right? So let's talk about it. Let's get started. So here is the topics that we are going to cover here in this video. We'll talk about different options available with EC2 to store something. And then the first thing that we talk about is EBS, Elastic Block Storage. Then we'll talk about different key features of EBS, volume types, and choosing the right volume type here. With these topics, you will be able to understand how to use EBS volumes. So let's get started. The very first thing that we have to understand, what are the different options available with EC2 to store something, all right? So let's get started here. We have varieties of storage options available with EC2, yeah? Let's discuss all of them and we'll try and understand, where it can be used, all right? So let's get started. Here, we have multiple EC2 storage options. First is EBS that we are going to talk about in this video. That is Elastic Block Storage, and you can see it is ideal for persistent block level storage needs. We have other options like Instance Store here. It is best for temporary high performance storage requirements. So based on your needs, right? Let's say if you want to store something for a long period, or you want a persistent storage, like when your EC2 instance is terminated, then also you want that data to be there in a volume, yeah, in a storage. That is persistent storage, right? Even if the instance is terminated, we will have that data for sure. Then we have other option, that is EFS. And let me just tell you, EFS is a file system, elastic file system. We will deep dive in upcoming videos here in this EFS. So basically it is a shareable file system. You can share it among different EC2 instances which are working on a parallel project, or maybe want some file to be shared with all of them. And then we have S3, which is a very popular service in Amazon, that is Simple Storage Service, S3. We have a complete section on S3 here in this course. So we will discuss in detail what is S3, what we can do it. But for this point, S3 is object storage. Yeah, we store anything in S3 in the form of an object, right? And EBS here is a block level storage. So we have to actually choose the options available, with EC2 to store something. Based on our needs, we can choose one. Yeah. Right now, let's deep dive into this EBS. Yeah, how it works, what are the different volumes, what is the cost here associated, right? What exactly we can store, yeah, whether we can attach it to one EC2 instance or can be shared with few more. Let's go in those details. So let's focus on EBS. So as I told you, EBS is Elastic Block Store. You can see EBS, Elastic Block Store. Basically, it's a cloud storage, yeah, and it is provided by AWS. And very important, it offers scalable. That means whatever the capacity that we have, we can expand it, we can shrink it based on our needs. All right. Then it is high performing, yeah. High performance in terms of input and output. Yeah. Whenever we talk about the storage, we always talk about the input and output, that is I/O. So input means what is the performance, when we are trying to store something inside the appliance or maybe the storage. Yeah. Output, like we want to get some data out from that storage. Then what is the efficiency, what is the performance. So here it is high performing, and you can see it is used with Amazon EC2 instances. So it's made for EC2 instances particularly. Now let's talk about it. Okay, and then you can see it is in the form of a volume. Very important term in EBS. Basically, it's a partition made for you, yeah, made for your instance basically. That is called as volume here. So it's a part of the infrastructure. Okay, it's storage. Let's say for example, you want 20 GB. So infrastructure is really very big, right? But you will get that 20 GB capacity in the form of a volume that is associated with your instance. All right, that is what we call it as volume. It's a chunk of memory. All right, it's a block of memory, and you can see volumes are just like hard drives that you can attach with your EC2 instance. All right, and very interesting. Why it is called as hard drive? Because we have other type of memory as well. Hard drive is something that can store the data even your system is not powered on. Yeah, it is not powered on, it is shut down. Then also you can have that data. It is a persistent storage, and it is the same with EBS volumes. Volumes keep the data, yeah, with them even though the instance is not running. Instance is terminating or terminated already. All right. So this is something that you should understand. It is analogous to hard drives. Okay, volumes, and you can see allowing them to persist data beyond the life of the instance itself. Already told, right? Very important point. It's a network drive. It's not a physical drive, right? It is not a physical storage given to you. It's a network attached storage. That's called as NAS, network attached storage. We have other options as well, but here this EBS is network attached storage. So basically that volume is a separate resource which is attached with your instance for storage purpose. So they are completely isolated things, but they are working together to do something. All right. So here it is a network drive. You can also think like this. Let's say for an example, you have your laptop. Okay. So you add an external hard disk to your laptop to enhance the storage, to increase the storage capacity of your system. It's similar to that. Okay. But it is attached on a network. This is something that you should understand. And very interesting, it is logged to an availability zone. So volumes are available within the AZ. Yeah, you might be knowing that we have a region. Okay, this AWS region, and inside that we have multiple AZs. Let's say AZ1, AZ2. We have chosen the AZ, or we can actually choose AZ based on our needs that we have already seen in that EC2 demo, right? How we do that. So here, what happens that AZ has got a capacity of storage where you actually store the EBS volume. All right. So the idea is like EBS volume lives in the AZ. It resides in AZ only. It is not actually available in any other AZ or maybe any other region. Although we can actually migrate it, we can actually have a snapshot of EBS that we will see in upcoming video, that how can we do it. Using snapshot, we can actually move our volume from one AZ to another AZ or maybe one region to another region as well. Yeah, snapshot is really very interesting concept in EBS that we will see. All right, so this is something that you should know about EBS. Let's move ahead. This is just the beginning. Remember, this video is only your first step into the cloud universe. To take your cloud career to the next level, explore Tech Vidwan's AWS Certified Cloud Practitioner course, packed with real-time projects, expert-led sessions, and one-on-one career guidance to set you ahead of the crowd. Start learning today and position yourself for success with skills that top companies like Flipkart, Netflix, and Adobe are seeking. Let's see some more ideas. So here is the example. So you can just see in this example, I have an EC2 instance running, and here EBS volume of 20 GB capacity is attached with this EC2 instance. All right. So EC2 instance can use this EBS volume for different purposes. All right. Now, here in this example, you can just see one very interesting idea that here is an EC2 instance, and with this instance, there are two EBS volumes attached. So here you can just have that key takeaway that multiple volumes can be attached with a single EC2 instance. One more thing that I would like to tell you, we can also create separate EBS volume. Yeah, you can just see this EBS volume is right now not attached with any of the instance, but it is ready to be attached. So it is also possible that you separately create EC2 instance, EBS volume, and you can attach this EBS volume with any of the instance in future. Yeah. So you create it separately and then you attach it. And you can also do one thing. Let's say, for an example, this is A and this is B volume. And now this EC2 instance do not need this A volume. So you can detach it, no problem. And let's say at any point of time you feel like it should be attached with this. So this volume can be attached with this EC2 instance as well. The whole idea is like volumes are detachable. So we can have the single volume attached with instance. We can have multiple volumes attached with EC2 instances. In fact, we can have a volume which is right now not attached with any instance. So it can actually exist without any attachment. And let me just tell you one more thing, that a volume can also be shared between multiple EC2 instances. That is little advanced use case, but it is very much possible with some of the volume types. That is IO1 and IO2. Yeah, it is high performing volume types which can be used to be shared among different EC2 instances. So that's the story of the volumes. It can be attached and detached with multiple EC2 instances. All right, let's move ahead and let's see a couple of more ideas here. All right, here are the key features of EBS, because whenever you're using EBS, you should keep these features in mind, that what exactly we can do with the EBS, or the question is like why we should use EBS. So here are the answers. Let's take them one by one. The first thing is what we talk about in EBS is actually volume type. So here in EBS, we have various volume types. It is optimized for different purpose, different use cases, different workloads. Sometimes we do not need, very high performing or very high input output with that storage. Yeah. So we can choose a different volume type. We will see it in a couple of minutes. And let's say if you want very high performing storage option, yeah, I mean you are going to do that input output very oftenly, yeah, then you might choose any other volume type as well. This is the whole idea in EBS. You have multiple volume types you can choose, and then basically it is cost associated, yeah, high performance, more cost, like this. Okay, then second thing that we can talk about is scalability. Very, very important. Scalability is a core feature of cloud computing, and so as the AWS. All right. So here, when you choose any volume, let's say it is 20 GB right now, and at any point of time we feel like we want to expand it. So we can do multiple things. We can expand the capacity of the existing volume, or we can add more volumes to that instance. It's like both type of scaling, horizontal and vertical. All right. So here you're going to see allowing dynamic resizing of volumes to meet the changing needs. So we can allow it to automatically scale up and scale down. It's very much possible. Another very important feature of EBS volumes, right? Next thing we talk about is persistent storage. Very important because instance has got a life cycle. Yeah, the instance is running, maybe not running, maybe terminated. Yeah, maybe it is stopped. Yeah, we can start it any point of time, or it is terminated. We have seen in the hands-on of EC2 that we have different states of EC2 instance. State 1 can be running. Yeah, so right now my instance is running. Secondly, it can be stopped. Yeah, so I mean we can stop it for some time and we can start it. It's like rebooting the system. Then we can also terminate it. It's like permanent deletion of that instance. So at any point of time, any state of the EC2 instance will not affect the performance of the EBS volumes. It is persistent storage. It will remain, the data will remain inside the volume even if the instance is terminated, all right, or if it is in any state, doesn't matter. Very important characteristic of EBS. Then very interesting thing that we talk about is snapshots. We'll go in real details, how we can take the snapshots. We'll also see it in hands-on, that how can we create the EBS volume snapshots. Basically, snapshotting is all about taking a backup of that volume. You have that data, might be very, very important. Yeah, you cannot afford to lose that data. Okay. So whatever you store in the EBS volumes can be backed up so that at any point of time, if anything goes wrong, then you can actually recover the data whenever you want it. All right. So here, snapshot basically are point in time backup. You can see it is enabling point in time backup or snapshot, for the volume that has been created. We'll go in real details in this snapshot, right? But I hope you got an idea that EBS allow you to create backups and snapshots to be recovered when anything goes wrong. Yeah. Okay. So this is something that we have. All right. The next thing that you should understand in EBS is volume types. How many volume types we have in EBS to choose from? Because every time we have different performance needs, every time we have different cost constraints. So you should understand what volume types we have. It's just like very similar to the EC2 purchasing options that we have already studied. All right. But it is for the storage resource. All right. Let's try and understand what different options we have. So when I talk about the EBS, it offers several types of volumes and it is optimized for different use cases based on the performance, cost and storage needs. So again, the factor 1 is performance. Yeah, performance in terms of IOPS. Yeah, IOPS means input output per second. IOPS, that's the measure of performance. Then we talk about cost. Second factor is cost. Then storage needs. I mean, that's about the capacity. How much GBs you want, right? Or maybe petabytes, or maybe exabytes. So it can be scaled up to that as well. Okay. And now here we have these different types of volumes. So we have first category, which is a general purpose SSD, solid state drives here. Yeah, solid state drive. I mean, we call them the GP2 and GP3. Basically, these are version. Okay, GP2 is the older version of general purpose SSD, and GP3 is the latest version of general purpose SSD. So we can choose the general purpose SSD volumes for multiple workloads. We'll deep dive into these volumes and different characteristics of it. Then you're going to see we can also choose the provisioned IOPS SSD. This is high performing volumes, right? Whenever you need very high performing input output, you can just see it is provisioned IOPS. It's a fixed capacity. Whatever you need, you will have it, with some guarantee, for sure. We have options like IO2 IO2 with block express here. Then we have throughput optimized as well. HDD. This is older type of storage, but still we have it. Then we have cold HDDs, very low cost, and we have magnetic as well. That's called a standard also, but it is depreciated by AWS, right? It is not used so much now, and soon you will not see this option in AWS. All right, there are performance constraints, yeah, with this magnetic. That is why AWS is also depreciating this. All right. Let's deep dive into these volume types and let's see the different characteristics, because then only you can choose the appropriate one based on your workload. Let's do it. Yes, here it is general purpose SSD. For most of the use cases in our course, we'll be using GP3 volume, which is a general purpose volume, which is balance of everything. Yeah, we have good performance, we have low cost, right? Let's take a look into the properties of the general purpose volume side. Let's talk about these characteristics one by one. The first thing is about performance. Yeah. So here, the minimum performance that we can have here with general purpose is 3000 IOPS. That means you can do 3000 input outputs per second, and it can go up to 16,000. That's the maximum that we can have in general purpose. I'm talking about GP3. All right. So here, GP3, and you can also see the throughput, right? Data transfer is also good, right? 1000 Mbps, right? You can see. There are several use cases of this general purpose, and it is a wide range of workloads because it is balance of everything, right? It's high performing, low cost, yeah, good IOPS in terms of input output, yeah. Then we also see here best fit for small and medium sized databases. I mean, we are talking about the use cases here. So if you are hosting a database which is a small and medium sized, then we can go for this volume type. Yeah. Then we can also use it for the dev test environments, developments and test environments. See, here it is not used for production environment. There is a reason behind it, because we have better option than general purpose. Okay, that is IOPS, provisioned IOPS. All right. So, I mean, for development and testing purposes, we can use general purpose, because in that case, we don't need high performing volumes. But in production environment, we might need high performing ideas. All right. Then it can be used for the boot volumes. Boot volume is nothing but a volume which actually help the instances to get the operating system. It's just like normal booting process that we have in our laptops. All right. So this volume, general purpose volume, can be used for booting purpose. I mean, you can store some operating system related files or data inside it. All right. Then you can see some key features here. It's a low latency, consistent performance, and very cost effective. This is something that you should understand. That is why it is general purpose. All right. Low latency without any delay. Yeah. Here we have low latency option and at low cost. So that is something, a good balance, right? So this can be chosen as general purpose SSD. Let's move ahead to the next type. Then only you can compare it. This journey with AWS has been incredible. What's your next step after completing this course? Let's motivate each other. Next, we have provisioned IOPS. Let's look into the ideas here. First thing that you should understand, provisioned IOPS are high performing SSDs, solid state drives, and we have options like IO1 and IO2. And also we have Block Express here. Let's talk about it. So when you talk about performance, basically it is made for the performance. Yeah, you can see when you talk about performance, very high IOPS, right? Based on what you choose, IO1, IO2 or Block Express. So you can have very high input output. Yeah, performance is really very high. Okay. Then you can check, right? This is best suited for high performance databases when you need very frequent input outputs. Okay, then it is high performing databases that you can use. So if you are hosting high performance databases, then probably that can be your choice, provision IOPS. Then you can see large scale transactional workloads. Think about banking applications and all, right? It can be best suited for SAP HANA, real-time analytics. We have multiple options. When you know a lot of uh, precision is required, and of course, input outputs are also very high. Let's talk about some more use cases here, right? It is for the mission critical applications because it guarantees high performance, right? Then we talk about low latency requirements, high throughput needs. It's all about performance, right? Then one thing that you should understand, very high cost is associated with this, right? So if you do not need such performance, yeah, then probably this should not be your choice, yeah. Then you can go for general purpose. But yes, at the same time, if you are running a production environment, if your application is mission critical, yeah, you do not want any kind of latency. At the same time, you want very high number of input output. This can be a good choice, yeah. Then you can see key features: high durability, guaranteed performance, large volume sizes. So again, in terms of performance, like IOPS, and also the volume size, yeah, in both the terms, we have better choices in provision IOPS. That's what we have. Let's also look into the more options here. All right. So here we have throughput optimized HDDs also. This is a very old offering of AWS, HDD. Definitely, solid state drives are performing better than hard disk drives. So that's the difference. I hope now you can guess it. Yeah, it's low performing storage options, but again, at the same time, it is low cost also. Yeah. So just see. Let's see some points. You can see if you have frequently accessed throughput intensive workload. See, when you talk about throughput, then you want quicker response. Yeah. So as soon as you fire a query, you should get a response. Throughput, right? So here, it is designed for workload requiring consistent throughput rather than high input outputs. That's a different story, right? You want quicker response. You don't know how many requests it will make. Yeah, I don't know, but I want a quicker response, right? This is something for you then. Okay, you can just see it offers throughput up to 500 Mbps per volume. Again, little less, right? But it can be used for big data, data warehousing applications, log processing, and streaming workloads. Yeah, you can see it is a lower cost option than SSD volumes. So the cost is little less, and so as the performance. Performance is also little less. Okay, you can see it is optimized for sequential read and write operations. That's okay. I mean, we can do it everywhere. So I hope you are getting SSD are low performing options, but at the same time, you just have to pay less as compared to SSD. There's one more option that I have shown you is cold HDD. Yeah, it's another HDD offering, hard disk offering. Yeah, that is cold HDD, very low cost storage, right? So here, when you talk about cold storage, that means that you want to store something, but I mean, definitely you don't know that when you're going to get it or when you're going to use it. All right. So you want to store it for a long period, but you don't know when you're going to get it or whether I'm going to get that or I want to that data back or not. Yeah, you don't know at all, right? It's something that you should understand. Let's talk about these points. So it's a low cost storage, and let me just tell you, it is all about archival. Yeah, you can see it is mainly used for archival storage. You might be knowing about what is archival. So I want to store data for a long period of time. Definitely, I want a cheaper solution for that. And I don't want that high input outputs because I know there's not frequently accessed data. There's infrequent data, right? I'm going to get it, let's say I store it today. If let's say in down the line 5 years, I may access that data anytime. So that can be a solution here. So can you see here, it provides a lower throughput because it is not frequently used data. Yeah, it is up to 250 Mbps. Yeah, and you can see per volume, and it is for archiving purpose. This is very interesting. It is for infrequent access data, backups, right? It is very cost effective solution. So very less amount of data we can, very less amount we have to pay. All right. So this is next thing that we have. All right, this is something that is very old offering, yeah, and um, it is also low performing. That is why AWS is also depreciating. Soon you will not see this option. So there's no point discussing it. But let's go through it. Once what we have. It is a magnetic, or it is also called a standard option. So you can see previously used for workloads. Yeah, when you want low cost storage. Yeah, and with occasional access, very low throughput. Yeah, now generally replaced by SSD or HDD volumes. Yeah, very old thing. Yeah, and it is depreciated. You can see by AWS. Soon you will not see it in AWS. So I hope now you can get the idea of the volume type, that exactly what we have. All right, here is the total comparison of different volume types. So I think this will give you the overall story of the volumes. Okay, so just check this. Yeah, let's say if you choose any volume type like GP3, that is general purpose, workloads which we can use. You can also see maximum throughput here, and you can see maximum IOPS is 16,000. Durability is also good, like 99.8%, right? 0.2% you may lose your data. All right, durability. When you choose this high performing provisioned IO family, yeah, that is IO2 and IO2 Block Express, you can see here it is high performing. It is extremely high performing workload. Yeah, and you can see the maximum throughput. You can just see the IOPS, right? It is far more than the general purpose volumes, and their durability is also higher. Yeah, can you just notice this? Then we have low cost options here. Yeah, so it is costly option. Yeah, we just have to pay more, but at the same time we are getting high performance, and you can see the number here. Yeah, it is 256,000 IOPS. That means these many transactions we can do per second. It's very high performing. Here you will pay less, but again performance is also low. Yeah, it is used for throughput intensive, low cost option, depreciated for older workloads. IOPS are also very low. Durability is also very low, and it also varies here. So I hope you got the whole comparison of the volume types here. And now, based on your needs, you can choose any of the volume type. If you need balance of performance, yeah, balance of IOPS with low cost option, choose the general purpose. Let's say you need very high performing volumes, then you can choose the IO family, yeah, input output family with very high IOPS. Here you can see durability is also very good. So here is the overall comparison of the different volume types. All right. Again, the question here is how to choose the right option. Definitely, we have studied all the volume types, but are there any factor or maybe group of factors which you should keep in mind, whenever you are trying to choose the volume type? So let's talk about it here. How we can actually choose one. So if you just see here, the first one is like IO family and general purpose family. Yeah, and here we have this HDD type volumes, right? So here we have HDD options. Here we have SDD options. Yeah, here also we have SDD. So general purpose 3 is best for general purpose applications, balancing cost and performance. So we have seen that everything is balanced, right? Here cost is also low and performance is moderate, right? It's not very low performing. Then we have high performance here family, yeah, IO family, ideal for performance intensive applications like databases. All right, here it is suitable for low cost, high throughput workloads. So now I hope you got an idea that when to choose which volume type on the basis of performance, cost and storage needs. Yeah. It's time for an MCQ, guys. Your question is, what is the main advantage of using general purpose SSD, that is GP3, over other storage types? To help you out, there are 4 options on the screen. low-cost archival storage, high durability and throughput, balance of cost and performance, or very high IOPS for high-performance databases? Pick the right one and drop your answer in the comments now. Congratulations! You have just completed the foundation of AWS, the technology that powers the world's biggest businesses. But here's the thing, learning fundamental is just the beginning. The real challenge lies in mastering it with real-world applications for interview readiness. If your goal is to get ready for MANG companies with high package, we have got something designed exclusively for you, Job Ready AWS course. After completing this Job Ready course, I guarantee you will become one of the finest professionals ready for the industry, because we have designed this course in a way that first focuses on practical aspects, real-time projects, industry case studies, cover important interview questions. This isn't just another course. It is going to give you real-time experience to help you crack the interviews, build real-time projects, and land you into a dream job in top MNC. Whether you are preparing for your first job or switching your career, this course ensures you are interview ready with practical AWS skills that companies value. Enroll now in our AWS course and transform your learning into a job-ready skill. Course link in the description.